Okay, we're taking this live here real quick. Give us just a second here as we get the live coverage going here. Get that out across all of our platforms here. It's going to take me a second. Jared Smith here, Carolina Weather Group. Get some folks up into there. Let me do. Folks, I'm just getting a couple things started. Obviously, we're dealing with some weather here. I'm kind of running on a reduced setup at the moment, so please bear with me as we get started. Obviously, we are dealing with a very significant rain band right now across the Charleston metro area, moving through Folly Beach, moving through Charleston, moving through really the entire metro area at this point. We're running into issues. So let me get this getting this cross posted out to our various folks here, and let's do that, and then give me just a second here. Almost there. Just going live on a few additional channels here. If you're watching on Shay Gibson's channel, we're with Carolina WeatherNet. Gonna bring this up here. Okay, cool. All right, so we've got that going. All right, let's get into it. Let's get into it. So obviously we're dealing with a pretty severe situation right now, looking over at Hurricane Ian here. Let me turn that off there. There we go. I should speed that up a little bit. So we have a really nasty band of rain, and I just lost my camera. I think I just lost my camera. So give me a second here. Let me get that back. See if we can get that back. And disconnect that. Yeah. All right. Cool. Got my back. Don't know what the deal was with that. Hopefully this isn't how things are going to go today. Let me do one thing here. Sorry, y'all. This doesn't happen often. So let's see if it holds up this time. Hopefully it does. And yeah, there we go. Okay, try this again. We have flash flood warnings out across much of the Charleston metro area as Hurricane Ian. The fix on this is interesting. Let me set this into motion here. You can see the circulation. Looks like this is the center of circulation, and it is barreling towards Georgetown. So we're going to be here through landfall. It looks like we are watching the circulation from Ian push through, now heading up towards Georgetown and Litchfield Beach. So we are approaching landfall here at this time. And this is continuing to move quickly now to the north. Get you the 11 o'clock advisory here from the Hurricane Center. We'll just read this out to you. It is strengthened a little bit. Pressure's down to 980 millibars. Max winds at 85 miles an hour. Again, that's still a Cat 1, but it's a pretty potent Cat 1. Moving north at 14. It seems to be accelerating though. And it is 16 miles east-southeast of Charleston. And it is 120 miles south-southwest of Cape Fear. And I'm just hearing from the Weather Service that there has been a gust to 83 miles per hour. It's a hurricane force gust. There's been a gust to 83 miles per hour at Fort Sumter, just around 11 a.m. So we have a hurricane force wind gusts that have come through with this band right here that we're zooming in on now. And you can see the ferocity of this eye wall here is significant. Let me put these kind of side by side real fast. You won't be able to see me, but you can see this is a. I'm going to take College Charleston cam full. Actually, we're gonna take this one full. We'll put Jared in the corner here. Let me, why does this not work? Supposed to be able to flip this. All right, we're just going to do this. So again, there's your there's the College of Charleston camera right now. You can see very heavy rain, very strong winds pushing through. The back end of that rain band is coming in, but it looks like there's additional showers trying to come in behind it. So again, right now, we're dealing with hurricane force gusts out in the harbor. Again, 83 miles an hour at Fort Sumter just about 10 minutes ago. We are dealing with, unbelievably, we still have this view. That's honestly somewhat surprising to me that we have this view, but we do. And we're going to keep this up so you can see what's going on here. This is a really, really, really nasty look from the College of Charleston, one of the worst ones that we've seen in some time. And again, the wind here is going to be gusty. Is clearly going to be very easily tropical storm force, if not gusting to hurricane force at times, even downtown. Keep in mind that this is this is a really, really kind of high up camera on top of the Bell building. Yeah, so I'm gonna put a tweet out real quick. All right, so and I just want to make sure we get some more people into the stream here. Again, for those of you just joining us, Jared Smith here, Charleston Weather, Carolina Weather Group. We're going to be here through landfall. We are heading towards a landfall somewhere around Myrtle Beach, Georgetown, Litchfield Beach. Let me take the radar full here once again, and I'll keep that in the corner. We're gonna keep the. Let me see if I can. Oh, that's how you do it. Okay. Okay, that makes sense now. So we're gonna keep that webcam view kind of in the corner here. Let me yeah, we'll shift it back to thumbnail mode so you can see that there. And again, we're looking at the center of circulation on the. I need to adjust this key real fast. Sorry, guys. There we go. So we have the center of circulation basically right where my head is. Let me see if I can move my radar a little bit. Get that moved around somewhat so y'all can see kind of what we're doing. And again, what we're seeing here right now is the worst of the weather. I think that it's pretty safe to say that this is going to be the worst of the weather that we see today. And now my machine was stalling out there. That was interesting. The worst of the weather right in this rain band here. So that's going to be one. Here is what looks like the center of circulation of Ian. I'm not sure whether that's somebody getting ice or if that's the wind. No, that's a tree banging against my window there. Probably can hear it in the microphone. You can probably hear that the roaring back there. And again, I'm in West Ashley. I'm roughly to kind of put in perspective of where I am. I'm roughly here-ish, and let's see, just kind of here-ish, and I've not seen the worst of this yet. So it's going to be interesting. Hopefully, I keep power. There's a chance that I may lose power, and if that happens, we'll have a contingency plan for you here. But I just had another gust to 77 miles per hour now at the Chutes Folly sensor. That's a weather flow station within Charleston Harbor. It's 41 feet up, so that's something to keep in mind there. But this is certainly a serious situation that is unfolding with Ian. at this hour. Put this into motion, and you can see the rain bands just continuing to pivot through. We have other areas of very heavy rain moving in as well. That'll be running behind it, and so again, these rainfall totals are going to be heading up very fast. I have a report from Pamela Dugan, reports to me just over 3 inches in West Ashley, measured at 10:45. So again, and much of that, much of that has fallen recently. And there's another round coming in that neck of the woods as well. So again, we'll take it a little bit closer here, and you can see the streets, and you can see that significant flooding is likely. Again, we have flash flood warnings across much of the Charleston metro area. We're going to keep this in. We're keeping these in place through at least midday, if not longer, across the metro, and then some of these go from about 2 to 3 o'clock. I can imagine the Weather Service at some point is probably going to unify these, and we're seeing. Again, we're seeing the greatest risk for storm surge now is going to be found roughly from Isle of Palms. I'm just we're getting so much data in so fast, especially around advisory time. But the greatest risk for storm surge is now going to be from Isle of Palms all the way up to Little River Inlet. So I'll kind of illustrate that for you guys here. So here is where we think is the greatest, where the Hurricane Center Surge Unit thinks is the greatest risk for 4 to 7 feet of storm surge arriving. And by the way, we are arriving around high tide too, and that's certainly not helping matters by any stretch of the imagination. So it's a 4 to 7 feet or 4 to 7 foot storm surge possible between Isle of Palms and Little River Inlet, according to the Hurricane Center. You can see this thing is actually trying to wrap up a little bit too. Here's your center of circulation right here. Again, this feeder band has been really, really, really gnarly. We are seeing some thunderstorms fire near that center of circulation as well. So I would be very concerned that, I'm glad it's. Let me just say, I'm glad it's running out of water because this thing has not been wonderfully predictable as far as how all that goes. So again, setting this into motion here, we can see that. So getting some reports in, where we are, we're getting very windy in Conway here. Barnwell and Bamberg, actually, you're looking pretty good. You're getting some rain on the backside of this, but you're going to stay away from the worst of this, it looks like. Again, here's the center of Ian right here. And again, this is a weird lopsided storm too. Most of the rain is on the west side of the circulation. And this is going to looks like it's heading right up the gut, somewhere between Ondaw, Georgetown, Murrells Inlet. Looks like Georgetown, Murrells Inlet, you may be the bullseye here. There, so let's see, let me... All right, let me. Again, I'm kind of all over the place at the moment, but we're in the thick of it at this point right now. So again, we are in the thick of it here in the Charleston metro area. So I'm just getting some updates in from my producer there. So from my producer working behind the scenes with us today, helping out and getting stuff rolling here. Let me get some more browsers up, and yeah. I mean, I don't know what else you could possibly say about this other than we are dealing with a very significant event ongoing. And again, this main rain band, this is the one that we've been kind of worried about pivoting over now, and we are headed to high tide. And check the tide numbers here. That's a number. The water level is at 6.66 feet. So there you go. If that isn't an omen, I don't know what is. We're at 6.66 feet, mean low or low water. We've seen the winds come around and actually blunt the tide a little bit, but again, I think that the tide is coming in. There is still some surge that's happening there as well. So again, we're getting the worst of this now. This band is, thankfully for folks in downtown and Mount Pleasant, you're going to get at least the rain rates backing off a little bit. The worst of this band is now pivoting towards James and Johns Islands, Monk's Corner, Ladson, Hanahan, West Ashley. So that's where we're seeing those issues right now. And again, flash flood warnings are in effect for basically the entire Charleston metro area. And they're going to be in effect through about 2 or 3 o'clock. We should hopefully, once the center gets north of here, we should start to see some improvement in these areas. But again, that's something that we're going to need to keep a close eye on. Do have some questions about Charlotte. And Charlotte, you're gonna get some of this tonight. It may not be as severe, but you're certainly going to get to see some issues here. And I think it's also worth mentioning that we have also, if I'm going to zoom out a little bit, the Storm Prediction Center is monitoring this area in blue for the potential for tornadoes this afternoon. Wilmington, Oak Island, Jacksonville, New Bern, Beaufort, Swan Quarter, Avon, up to Elizabeth City. There is the risk for some brief, short-lived tornadoes on this, again, coming in off of the northeast side of the circulation. While we have much of the rain over on this side of the circulation, the better wind shear is going to be found there. So another 62-mile-an-hour wind gust just now at Chutes Folly in Charleston Harbor as well on the weather flow station there. So again, let me get rid of that and do that. And again, we're kind of doing all the things right now. It's a very busy time, as you can imagine. All right, so all right, so yeah, and so this is an interesting, this has been quite a storm. Honestly, this has been a really weird storm. Vera Hannaford makes a great point here. I can't remember a hurricane when the temperature is 60. This storm has been interacting with a warm front much of the day, and that is, and that warm front is now finally starting to push inland. But still, we're getting a lot of cooler air wrapping around the back of the circulation now. So that is why we are still at 61. At Charleston International Airport, 60 at Johns Island, 62 at Mount Pleasant in the Charleston metro area. So again, we're seeing that there. Gusts to 49 miles an hour recently at the airport, 44 miles an hour on Johns Island, 47 miles an hour at Mount Pleasant. So again, we are solidly gusting. Even Somerville is getting in the act, 43 miles an hour. Again, some of this from about the 27 minutes ago, but we are solidly in tropical storm force at this point. Across the Charleston metro area. So again, this is and with heavy rain and some saturated soils. Again, we had a very soggy August and early September. We're going to run into problems. We're going to run into some problems there. So again, let me how many Safari windows does it take to screw in a light bulb? I'm really not sure, but I probably will be able to tell you pretty soon. Problems with having another problem here with this. We're just again, I'm running kind of a muted setup here at the moment. We're having power blips here, so I want to make sure that we're giving it there. We'll have some folks joining in a minute. Let me take the sky cams full real quick. I didn't know that about Chrome. This is pretty funny. I didn't know that. That's pretty funny. I'm not that adventurous. I don't think I've ever had a computer with that much RAM. We're going to take Skycams full here. You can see the College of Charleston on the left and the ETV weather stem in West Ashley on the right, and that's that ETV weather stem is going to be right in the thick of things at this point. Um, just taking a look at that, I have it up on another monitor here, and you're not really seeing much. You're not seeing much too far out there, um, and definitely things that we're going to need to watch there. Let's see. So, um, all right. So again, we're dealing with I got a lot of incoming here at the moment, and again, I'm learning a lot about the situation that's out there from y'all right now. So please tell me what you're seeing in the chat if you're watching us wherever you may be. I am trying to kind of frantically get a few things up and running here too, so I can watch what's going on. So let me. So we'll start there. And again, we have some very heavy rain moving in. It continues to pivot across the metro area, and we're watching the webcams here as well. I'm going to go ahead and kind of take that out, but we'll keep the webcams going over here for the moment. Actually, let me give me a second here as I got a couple things here. What I'm going to do is get rid of that, and then do this, do that. Got some remote control things to set up here. Unfortunately, I'm having problems. All right. Sorry, folks. I'm just kind of working through some technical things. We're trying to get some stuff set up, and sometimes this stuff works well, and sometimes it doesn't, and that's just the way it goes. But we have some updates some updates from Charlotte, actually. Dampen Rock Hill, South Metro there. So nothing too bad, but they are a little bit of wind up there, and again, that's going to kick up as time goes on. Of course, Ian will be weakening by the time it gets there, and again, we'll take a kind of a wide view of the radar. You can see the circulation starting to get really close to Georgetown and Myrtle Beach again. I think we're right on track for that noontime landfall that we've been talking about. Certainly seems right on course for that landfall. And again, very heavy rain stretches from St. Stephen through Bono to Moncks Corner to Ladson, Hanahan, Charleston, Folly Beach, getting into West Ashley, getting into starting to creep into Ravenel and Hollywood here. And again, there's some very strong winds associated with this as well. Go to the velocity view to show you exactly what we're talking about. And again, keep in mind, these velocities are not near the ground, but 73 mile an hour winds inbound to the radar, roughly around 5,000 feet. So again, these very heavy downpours are pushing these, are basically grabbing these and bringing them to the surface. They're grabbing these gusts here. I mean, we have winds 82, 87 miles an hour at about 8,000 feet, and so you get that mixing, that violent mixing going on there, and that can certainly bring some of those gusts to the ground. And here's where the wind shift is on the radar, and it looks like we got the data hole here. I suspect is the eye of Ian. So again, the eye of Ian moving towards Georgetown. It looks like it is trying to constitute an eye wall here too. It looks like a new eye wall is trying to form on the north side of this. So Georgetown, Georgetown, Litchfield Beach, this area here, Murrells Inlet, Pawleys Island. It's about to get real for you guys for the next little bit, as Ian's eye wall seems to be reforming on the north side, and it is generally doing a better job of wrapping rain around the center here. And again, I'm very happy that we're running out of water, because This storm has been confounding, and I'm ready to be rid of it. Let me just put it that way. Update on the tides in Charleston. We are at 6.8 feet, mean lower low water. Again, that's just below it's just below flood stage there. But we are continuing to monitor that area for the potential for saltwater intrusion there. We're already dealing with freshwater flooding. Uh, yeah. But so we are getting some just getting DMs here. Um, yeah, I've been getting pictures of trees down on power lines around the area. There's we've had some power outages here in Charleston. We've had some significant problems ongoing here. So again, we are monitoring this now. Again, we're getting that water level through, but again, the best bit of news that Charleston has gotten is that we're getting the offshore wind now around Ian circulation, and that is blowing the tide out. So that is very good news. So coming further inland again, we expect that to be upstate. Upstate, you may actually you're going to see some rain, but the track of this storm is actually going to be looks like it's going to be more of a there's going to be certainly an eastern North Carolina threat, eastern and central Piedmont here, and then Greenville, Simpsonville, Lawrence. You're going to see some rain, but you're not going to see what we're seeing at the coast. That's for sure. We'll switch to GSP real quick, and you can see kind of where that rain shield is moving in there, and you can see the bands. You can see the rain bands moving in. Columbia, you're about to get a pretty good round of rain here too. So again, we're going to keep you all informed on that as we go. The plan here is to get you through landfall, and then we will probably take a little break, and then I suspect that we may be talking tornado warnings this afternoon, especially in eastern North Carolina. So we may be around for a bit talking about those as well. So again, wide view of Ian here. And I'm going to go ahead and boot up another machine. Let me get my. I'm going to take my earpod out real quick. See what I can hear. This microphone doesn't go back into my ears, so I don't hear what's going on outside of it. I don't hear what it's picking up, and it's still pretty dark and windy here. For sure. So again, I am getting close to. I'm that band is basically getting on top of me right now. So, Folly Beach, just absolutely not a beach day by any stretch of the imagination. Kiowa, Seabrook, these areas you are going to be running into problems, no doubt about it. Over the next little while, you can see again this band has had a history of producing hurricane force gusts. We had an 83-mile-an-hour wind gust in Fort Sumter about 30 minutes ago. So again, we are certainly dealing with
Okay, sorry everybody. Again, I lost power. That was stretch of the imagination to the external microphone. You should be picking up my and just a couple things. I think we're in good shape here. All right. You're watching webcams live. Here, let me say we're moving to a backup plan here. So I'm now streaming off of a laptop. It's not quite my normal setup here, but we're going to make do with what we've let me oh, that's really bad. Okay, I may need to drop out and back in here in a sec. So I need to. Yeah, that did not let me show my entire screen, but we'll do that. We'll do that here real quick. Let me get radar scope going here. Really see what I'm doing, but we can show you. Go ahead and turn this on. You should see the radar. All right. Yep. You'll see the radar here. So again, go back out. You really see this eye develop here. Population heading towards Georgetown, and it's certainly very. That's something that we're going to need to watch. Turn this off. That's not working. Toast. Not. I can't hear back through my earbuds. Those don't work there. All right. Let's. Yeah. I adjusted the thing there. I think I'm on. I'm on Wi-Fi again. Maybe having cell problems due to the storm. So I may have some bandwidth issues in the storm here. I am going to in the process of switch browsers here. We're going to switch over to Brave, and we will here in a second different screens and do that typical setup that we use that I'm using. No, I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that at all. Hang on a second, and that we don't have to do that at all. And we will take that time. I can see why you probably are having issues. We're just setting window capture application will be radar scan. We are just gonna wing it. All right. Start stuff on the fly here at this point. And I apologize for that. And we're having to get really creative. We're having. So let's go ahead. I'm going to switch my video. I'm going to switch my video now to my. I have to. Folks, I'm going to All right, I'm still having some technical issues over here. It looks like we have Radar back. We have Robert with us. Robert, good to see you. Obviously, and unfortunately, I just realized I'm not going to be able to hear you because I don't have any. I need to put my AirPods in so I can hear you. We're just we're rolling. Somebody needs to get Daddy a generator. Let me see here. All right, I think I have you. Hear you now through
Awesome.
my AirPod. There we have a radar here. Let's make it work, folks. This is Robert right now. Just to this horrible rain band. Just that's seeing. I'm actually go transparency mode so I can hear everything, and the winds have been gusting on and blips, which a couple power blips today. Robert, if you get into the analysis, we're going to have a landfall here very short next hour. It looks like on Georgetown North.
Right. I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing exactly what you're saying, but yes, it does look like Hurricane Ian will be making landfall soon here within the next hour. We do have the, what is left of an eye that's going to be coming ashore, and there are several warnings that we already have in effect for the coast. Obviously, hurricane warnings already there, but flash flood warnings, because of how much rain has been dumped in that location over the last few hours, we've been seeing quite a significant amount of rainfall with this system. So that's one thing to keep in mind. We do have a storm surge threat. City of Charleston and many areas along the South Carolina coast under a storm surge warning, but also this rain and rainfall will add to that and just create an even worse situation for those there. We also have some reports. Fort Sumter site reported a wind gust of 72 knots or 83 miles per hour as of 1100. So that is a hurricane force wind report right there. One closer to Georgetown, we had a Georgetown airport gust that was measured at 38 miles per hour. So a little bit further from the center of that storm, but still a tropical storm force gust and a gusty one at that. So as we see this storm making landfall, these wind speeds will of course decrease, but we're going to see strong, at least to tropical storm force wind gusts throughout the rest of the time here. And that's something we're expecting to see throughout, even as this storm tracks into North Carolina, right, Jared?
Oh yeah. Of power outages. Can you hear me a little bit through the lobby again?
I can still hear you. You're a little bit choppy, but I'm getting most of the words you're saying.
All right. I'm gonna do my best here. I'm gonna to be and I'm going through the we have
I will say something interesting to note is that this storm it's expected to be extra tropical by the time it gets to North Carolina. So it's not even going to be a tropical storm by the time it gets to the Charlotte area.
Robert, I think that's one a little bit better. Killed my
yes, it is.
Cool. So yeah, I killed my video. We're gonna just kind of narrate. This storm has been undergoing some kind of teetering on the edge of tropical, subtropical here. Kind of teetering on that edge, but I'm seeing the wall begin to reform. And it looks like we're going to get. I think, I think I just saw that we maybe. Robert, we're need be. We'll give that a shot. But moving through Charleston right now is starting to come ashore here impacts there. It looks like of another round of a very strong, even hurricane force winds, especially as that eye wall seems to be strengthened. It might actually be jogging time in its life.
Right. I mean, it's clear you're going through it there in Charleston. I mean, you're taking the brunt of a lot of it. Sustained hurricane force wind gusts. And how much rain? Do you know how much rain you've received since this storm has been in your area?
At 7 this morning, at least in my head, just shy of most of that fell. Most of that fell after in my backyard. So, yeah. So again, it's of 3 inches, 4 inches in some spots. They can sometimes underestimate. So, yeah, we've been right now. Downtown Charleston. Downtown Charleston is quickly becoming the water level will begin to reported the door standing water is impassable.
Right. Yeah, we are, of course, still having a little bit of trouble with Jared's audio. But yes, there has been a significant amount of rainfall in Charleston, and there has been that storm surge on top of it, which is just a continued concern because much of the area in Charleston is susceptible to a 3, 4, maybe even up a 10-foot storm surge. So that's something we're going to have to continue to watch for. And I'm also a little bit concerned about how far this wind extent is going to get inland. I'm seeing that we could see tropical storm force gusts all the way up to maybe the Charlotte area, maybe up to into the Triad in central North Carolina. So how long do we expect these impacts to continue after landfall has already happened with this storm?
I'm going to try and talk. I don't know if you're going to be. I'm not sure what's going on with my bandwidth here. I'm about ready to switch over to my hotspot. I mean, certainly these moving a little bit faster too. I mean, it's going to. I'm gonna. I don't think. I think my bandwidth is constrained at the moment. Let me over, and I'm gonna do this.
Sounds good. I can just take it from here while you're trying to work that out. But yes, we are continuing to watch this storm as it's making landfall. Looking at some of the things Hurricane Center is saying, it is right now a hurricane with sustained winds to 85 miles per hour. Movements north at 14, so the slow-moving storm, that's another concern with Ian we've seen throughout its life. As it made landfall in southwest Florida, it was going to a crawl at like 9 miles per hour at some points. And that's slower than, well, you just imagine a car driving 9 miles per hour. That's going to cause serious issues with storm surges builds up and also heavy rainfall, flooding, and having that center of those strong hurricane force winds, that axis located over the same location for an extended period of time is just a recipe for disaster. So it's something we really don't want to see with this storm. And that trend, that trend is continuing, and sadly, as we're seeing this storm making landfall in South Carolina and North Carolina. Fortunately, it isn't quite the strength it was in Florida, but still, that's no reason to discount it. We have a significant storm surge threat still with the storm, hurricane force wind threat, and we're watching for the chance for maybe a pop-up tornado or two. We'll keep you guys updated on that. But talking about a rainfall threat, we're seeing about on the forecast as of now about 6 inches from stretching from about Charleston all the way up to Charlotte and to Raleigh. So that's about the current extent of that rainfall there. but somewhere between 6 to 10 inches could be seen in about East Carolina with some of the storm. The way the storm shaped, this rainfall is not evenly distributed, so we'll have to wait and see who gets the worst rainfall. But overall, it does seem like this will be a pretty good event for most people in Carolina. So again, a concern as you have this storm surge adding on top of that rainfall, it's not a good situation. Now, for those areas, particularly into parts of Carolina that are, under a drought, and areas in Delmarva that were under a drought, those are those areas that need that rain. But for areas along the coast that have significant storm surge concerns, that's what we don't need to be seeing. That rainfall on top of that rain, that storm surge is already in there. So I'm talking about storm surge a lot. Let's go over where those warnings and watches actually are. So right now we do have a storm surge warning still in effect from all the way from Savannah through Charleston, this includes the city of Charleston, and all the way up the South Carolina coast up to Wilmington. And then we have a watch that goes from Wilmington in North Carolina all the way up through the central part of North Carolina to almost the northern part of the state. We do have a warning also in effect for New Bern, so a small part of North Carolina under an actual warning there. As for the arrival time of the winds, most of you are excuse me, had to get something out of my throat here. I've just been out here for the last few minutes. But
are you hearing me? You're hearing me a little better?
Yes, I can now.
Okay, cool. I think I know what was going on, and I think it was my browser. So, that's what I get for trying to use Safari to do something like this. I'm here. I'm here, ready to go. Let me switch up my camera source here real quick, and we will go to OBS. Maybe couldn't be that lucky, could I? That something would just work the way it's supposed to look. That's supposed to work. Okay, guess not. This is frustrating. All right, we're just going to use James's radar here. So again, all right, so yeah, let's just stick to James's radar here. So again, we have a flash flood warning was extended until 4 o'clock for the Charleston metro area. As all of you probably just heard, it was very loud. So again, we have the flash flood warning in effect until 4 o'clock now. We have the eye wall trying to come ashore in northern Charleston County. Taking a peek at this, it looks like McClellanville, maybe Ondaw, especially around the coastal areas there. You could be in for a little bit of eye wall here as this is trying to wrap around a little bit. So something to watch for sure. The center is the center is still tough to discern. It's a pretty broad center at this point, but yeah, I think we're still very much on track for Georgetown. And I can tell you from here that it is something else, guys. It is very the wind and rain is only getting stronger here. I'm going to go wireless. Actually, I'm going to switch to my AirPods as the microphone. I'm not going to sound as good, but you'll be able to. But I need to so I can take a look at a couple things. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Cool. All right. So I'm gonna move this aside here, and I'm gonna kill my video again for the moment. So again, just looking at that, I'm gonna try and just get a peek. What's going on out here? It doesn't look too bad. My vantage point is very limited, so it's hard to tell. But the middle of that rain band, but it's actually worse for the south right now. Yeah, that. Well, suffice to say, we have the winds are now coming out of the northwest, also at the airport, so that's good news. See if I have reports here. we have, I'm just looking at this. Looking at some questions here. I got a question on my Twitter asking about the flash flood warning being extended, and the flash flood warning was extended only to because there is going to be standing water. Usually, when a flash flood warning is issued, if there's the continued risk over the next few hours and then standing water thereafter, they're going to keep that open and replace it then later if there's still standing water with the aerial flood warning. That's typically the way the Weather Service does it. So, and I'll answer that over on Twitter. Robert, you up and running. You seen any other reports? It looks like we're starting to see some stuff inland, actually.
Yeah, actually, that's a great point. I just got 3 new tropical storm force reports over the last few minutes. This one, 2 of which were close to Sumter, and then 1 close to Somerton. And so we have 1 east-southeast of Lakewood. There's a report of a tree down along Marshall Cemetery Road. Another report close to Privateer, 1 mile southwest. It was reported by a 911 call center, and this is a report of a tree down along Bethel Church Road, southwest of Sumter. So that's 2 reports right there of tropical storm force gusts well inland into South Carolina, and then another one close to 4 miles south of Manning. Excuse me. Apologies, I've just had something in my throat for the last few hours, and it just is not getting out. 4 miles south of Manning, SCHP has reported a tree down on South Carolina Highway 260 at Raccoon Road, and that is also again an inland report of these tropical storm force wind gusts. So it's a concern. Even if you aren't directly on the coast, you need to be prepared for these wind gusts. They're going to be strong, and they could cause property damage well into the state of South Carolina and North Carolina. And also, on top of those wind gusts, we're also seeing a chance for, again, watching tornadoes. It hasn't been as big of a threat with this system. The shear profile is not quite as favorable as it was back in Florida. So that's not as big of a concern for us here, but still something to be aware of. Continue to watch your local media. But this wind gust threat and also this rainfall threat, those are the 2 distinct things we're worried about with the system as it's making its way inland. And I also want to bring up a product the WPC has put out for flash flooding potential. It's the excessive rainfall outlook, and significant portions of the Carolinas are under a moderate risk. So that means at least a 40% chance of seeing flash flooding in that point. This risk includes places like Charlotte, Raleigh, and it also includes all the way up to Roanoke in Virginia. And, of course, Charleston, South Carolina. So significant portions, most of the Carolinas. The only real areas are far western South Carolina, far western North Carolina, and the Wilmington area in North Carolina that don't have that risk as of now. But even there, you're still under a slight risk, still major concern for those of you in those areas. So don't take this lightly, no matter where you are in the state. That's just something I want to emphasize, because I know some people can think, well, it's a hurricane, it just affects tropical areas, or coastal areas, excuse me. So, but that's clearly not the case with this storm. It is a very large storm, has broad impacts throughout the entire area of the Carolinas. Something to keep in mind over the next few hours.
Oh, I was trying to talk before and I was muted the whole time. That's great. Cool. I can share my radar scope at least. It's going to want permissions, isn't it? It's going to make me restart the browser.
I can also share my GR level 3 if you want.
Let me. I might still be able to do it here. Let's do this. See if that works. Yeah. Pull your GR level 3. I'm gonna come back out and right back in.
So this is really what we're looking at with this storm here is the heaviest band of this rainfall. Really, what's left of that eye. Excuse me, y'all are going to have to bear with me this afternoon. I'm so sorry about that. This eye is making its way close to the Charleston area. That's another reason why we're so concerned about Charleston right now. already put it, or the National Weather Service already put it under a hurricane warning, a storm surge warning. These are the reasons why we have this heavy band of rainfall just setting up right here between Charleston and, Foley Beach, Hanahan, this area right here. We have reports of heavy rain already, close to Dorchester, and another one in Charleston. So these are roadways that are closed due to flooding just because of this significant rainfall. So I'll zoom out, just give you a better idea of what's the whole situation here. This is the storm we're looking at as it stands at the moment. And you can see all the reports inland. So here are the tropical storm force gusts inland from this storm, and the significant amount of fresh flood warnings we're seeing across the coast today. So definitely still a concern, no matter if you're right at the landfall site or miles away, you can still be seeing significant flooding from the system.
Yeah, and Robert, I'll jump in and say that as we're looking at this again, the flash flood warning for downtown Charleston, West Ashley, James Island has been extended until 4 o'clock, and we are seeing we're still seeing that very slow moving band come through with significant rainfall, significant flooding. I just got a message from somebody out on James Island that's saying that they were seeing the water rise very fast around Central Park Road. So again, flash flood warning means exactly that, and this is happening right now. Water level is about 7 feet in the harbor, and the only thing keeping us from problems is the fact that the wind is blowing more out of the northwest. That is keeping us out of the worst of it. We are now past the time of high tide, and incredibly, we are staying below the saltwater flood stage. But that being said, that's not really going to do much. Just had a 63-mile-an-hour wind gust at Isle of Palms, and so that is quite a thing. And again, this is just continuing to lash this area here. I'll zoom in a little bit with the radar scope, and you can see there's your there's your rain band. Rain rates are going to finally kind of let up a little bit in downtown here soon, and so that should be that'll be a big help. But again, you can see how slowly this is moving. I mean, this is pirouetting through. We have numerous road closures being reported in Dorchester County now too, and that's up in inland here. That's Somerville, Ladson area. We have road closures there. We have trees down. We have it's a mess right now. We knew this was going to be disruptive, and this is going to cause problems. And it looks like this is going to continue to be a very serious situation across the area. And I'm having blips again. This time I am on Wi-Fi. I'm on a hotspot, and I am on a laptop. So if I lose power, I should work. I'm just going to be a little bit darker around here. And I have a battery-powered light here too, so that'll help. That'll help matters. But this thing is sending another slug of heavy rain into McClellanville and Allendale. That eyewall feature was not looking quite as good as it was. But again, we just have very heavy rain pivoting through. I'm going to go to the radar. I'm going to go to the rainfall estimates here real fast, because I think that this is going to kind of show the let's just do the last hour of rainfall here, and you can see this is very significant. Let me put the inspector tool on. You can see we're looking at rates about 2.5 inches in the past hour. Across a lot of James Island, actually. It looks like the worst of it is on James Island at this point. That's where the heaviest rain has been detected. We'll do the storm totals now. We can see we're already getting up to 6 inches. James Island, Folly Beach, downtown Charleston approaching 5 inches. Somerville, Ladson 3 to 4. So we're starting to see those that rain is significant, and it continues to fall. And I think that we're probably in for another couple more inches of rain before we're all said and done. Down there. Let me. I'm going to take the College of Charleston webcam full. We earlier were not able to see as much. This is pretty much blinded in by rain. We can see the Ravenel Bridge down there, but you can also see just how much this is bumping around. I mean, this is really, really, really shaky, and this is a really shaky situation here. You can see all the bouncing around going on that. I mean, oh my goodness. I mean, I can recall a handful of times when I've seen it this animated.
Jared, we
So to
also have a new
speak. I mean, that
report
is.
as well. Sorry, didn't want to interrupt you there.
Oh, you're good. Go.
We have a new report as well. It came in a few minutes ago, 4 miles northwest of Charleston Airport. It says that numerous roads in Dorchester County reported impassable due to flooding between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m., including Travelers Boulevard at Old Trolley Road, 7600 block of Hunters Ridge Lane, Old Trolley Road at Dorchester Road, Bacon's Bridge Road at Creekside, and Central Avenue at Wood Duck Drive. So several roads impassable already, and we expect this to increase as this storm continues to make landfall.
Yeah, and again, the main thing that we're watching right now, again, the main issue is going to be flooding, but we are certainly seeing plenty of wind. Just the wind here is incredible. And did we just? All right, that's Myrtle Beach. Okay, we're looking at Myrtle Beach now. Wow, you can't see anything. This is yeah, Myrtle Beach is wide out at this point, guys. That is quite significant at Myrtle Beach right now. Again, and they're on the dirtier side of the storm. They're getting the onshore flow. That's where our storm surge is going to be maxed out. We'll switch to. We're going to see what we can see from Wilmington. There's a lot of tree blockage here that they're eventually going to remove the radar. But we do have some very heavy rain moving through Myrtle Beach right now. Should still be able to see kind of. I mean, we're kind of blocked on seeing the eye from there. Charleston is really going to have the best look at this, so we'll move back to Charleston here. Yeah, Charleston really has the best look at the center of the storm. And again, as we are going through this afternoon, we're seeing. Looks like we're seeing the eye maybe fill in a little bit. It was trying to eyewall. It was trying to. It was trying to get there a little bit, but yeah, it's not a. It's certainly coming together, but yeah, it looks pretty bad there. We'll switch back to Charleston here, and again, looks like we're on the backside of that rain band now in downtown, so we're starting to finally get a bit of a break there, at least in parts of downtown. Zooming in a little bit with the radar, I'll take that full again. Zooming in with the radar a little bit, yeah, we see the starting to see some drying move in, but again, you have some very heavy rain rates still there. The heaviest rain rates now pirouetting into West Ashley and Johns Island. So West Ashley and Johns Island are going to be under the gun here for a quick 2, 3, 4 inches of rain possibly in a very short period of time. So again, that's why the flash flood warning is in effect. Man, it is gusty out there. Let me tell you, it is blowing hard out there. So, again, Robert, as we go through this afternoon, this is still going to be a kind of a tricky situation for the next little bit for the Charleston Metro, and then once the center gets on land, I think that'll help some things. But there, I believe this is the center right here, and it looks like it is. It's getting ashore. That and you can see that it is filling in a little bit, so it makes me wonder if it's starting to maybe some of the shear is working on it again too.
Right, as you pointed out, the shear is definitely helping with this storm. That's one thing when we were looking at tracks with this storm. The further it goes north, the shear environment is just not that favorable. So it's helping to keep this storm from really blowing up anything big. But that doesn't discount that this is still a significant storm, particularly for the Charleston area right now. So as you can see, that rain band starting to move off, which is fortunate because we were seeing 1 hour rainfall rates well above 3 inches off the coast, but that hasn't really translated inland because that area is starting to move away from Charleston a little bit, which is something that is we want to see as this storm continues throughout the day today. And we do have, of course, that new flash flood warning that Jared just mentioned a while back. It's now until 4:00 p.m. and Charleston police reported the crosstown was closed due to flooding and numerous streets were underwater. That's why they issued this new warning. The result is a 3 to 5 inch rain band that has fallen within the Charleston area so far today. and another band of heavy rainfall may be expected according to the Weather Service. They're saying that this will be a considerable event, a considerable flash flood event. So not quite an emergency, but a considerable flash flood warning event that they have issued, because a significant portion of the city of Charleston is low-lying. So with storm surge and rainfall, it's just a 1-2 punch that you don't really want to be seeing with this storm. But let's also talk about the current wind field with this storm. We're seeing reports in our chat about pretty strong gusts in Myrtle Beach and Rock Hill. So areas not quite exactly where the storm is making landfall, but we're seeing still strong gusts to be seen right now. Let me see if I can pull up. Not going to be seeing on GR, but ASOS. And Jared, if you have a way to see wind gusts as well, you might have
we recently gusted a 56 at Charleston International Airport. We've gusted now 59 miles an hour at Charleston International Airport. And we had an 84 mile an hour wind gust in Charleston Harbor just about 10 minutes ago. So we'll bring this back live, and you can see that the wind is absolutely this is serious stuff. And again, there's a decent chance. Again, the cell bandwidth only goes so far. I'm starting to have some problems here as well. So again, we'll be joined by Scotty Powell here soon. He'll be helping us with our coverage this evening. And again, I mean, look at that. I mean, that's a pretty clear view. It looks like the rain has really tapered off there downtown in the last few minutes, at least that part of downtown. And again, I'm looking at some tweets right now. And again, right now, if you're in West Ashley or Johns Island, we're running into trouble. So 12:30 also, we're going to have Governor McMaster is going to give an update. South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster, that is going to give an update to the state of South Carolina. So we're going to duck out of coverage and bring you McMaster. So that will be helpful here. So again, we have the numerous reports of flooding. Flooding around NUSC in downtown Charleston right now. It's pretty typical. Now that is a typical thing, and it's a really wind-blown flood. Just retweeted it on @CHSWX on the Charleston Weather Twitter account if you want to take a look at that. Again, we're dealing with I've never seen the camera move like this. I've never seen this camera move like this. I helped set up this camera when I worked at the College of Charleston 10 plus years ago. I have never seen the camera move like this. So that, I mean, this is significant. This is to say this is significant is probably understating it. This is a terrible time for that. We're getting words that some of the hydrographs are not updating. The last thing we need is more problems like that. So, oh boy, what is going on with Safari? Oh my God.
And I also want to say we are seeing significant gusts at airport weather sites. So we're seeing up to 30 mile per hour gusts all the way inland to areas in the northern part of the state, almost close to Rock Hill. Sustained winds far above that. In Charleston, we're seeing up to 50 knot gusts, so farther above 50 miles per hour. And those are going to just continue as the storm makes its way inland. Hurricane force gusts being reported around the area. And this is just a trend throughout the state. Something to expect is just sustained gusts that are blowing that wind, as Jared said, inland, or blowing that water threat with the storm surge inland. And that's a concern as it continues to make landfall there. For surge, we do have an expectation of 4 to 7 feet between Isle of Palms and Little River Inlet, 2 to 4 feet from Savannah River into Isle of Palms, and 3 to 5 feet from Little River Inlet to Cape Fear, 2 to 4 feet north of there, and 1 to 2 feet south of Savannah River. So overall, definitely a significant a significant storm surge threat. That's why we have watches and warnings out there, and that was pretty dramatic footage you're showing over there, Jared. Excuse me. It does seem like this water is piling up. A bad situation developing in Charleston for sure.
Yeah, and again, it looks like we switched back to the Myrtle Beach cam here. Oh, this is ETV Weather Stem. And again, Robert, I'm gonna be frank with you. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be able to hold out here. We may have to stick with this view for the next little bit. I'm gonna do my best to hang out here, but I really don't know how much longer I'm gonna be able to hold out here. Still seeing power flickers, some major problems here. I've got that main rain band sitting right over me right now. Charleston County EMS has suspended operations. If you call 911, EMS is not coming for you.
So it's a very serious situation. Just want to underscore that. I mean, they won't do that unless they absolutely cannot go out and help people, and that's what that means.
Yeah. So again, the winds are too strong. EMS has suspended operations. So, and again, I'm frantically trying to, get as much information as we can across our platforms here. But again, I am very likely going to lose power here again shortly, Robert. So just so you know, this is
Yes, very serious.
So if you call 911, if you call 911, you are not going to get emergent. Yeah.
I mean, something to really emphasize here is that, like, if you're in the area right now, if you're in Charleston, you can't. There's no more time to evacuate. You have to stay there. If you have storm surge coming towards your house, you have to be prepared to be able to cut through your roof if you need to. Take an inflatable with you. We were saying the same stuff on our coverage 2 days ago with Hurricane Ian. Or when it was making landfall in southwestern Florida, is you need to be prepared to do what you need to do to save your life. In this case, that is number one. Everything else comes next. So if you need to save your life, like Jared just said, 911 in some cases will not be working. They cannot come get you. What you need to do is just wait for help, cut through your roof if you need to, get an inflatable. If you are in an area that is seeing storm surge up to the first level of your house, that's the only level, get to the roof. If you have several stories, climb those stories up. Now, it was a little bit of a conflicting scenario in southwestern Florida because we had that extreme wind warning there. So it was almost like you're waiting for tornado precautions and then also storm surge precautions. With tornado as lowest as you can, interior room of your house, storm surges get as high as possible. Here, we don't have quite that concern. Storm surge is quite a bigger threat for you in Charleston than the wind threat. Definitely still a significant wind threat. I don't want to discount that. But it is not quite as severe as the storm surge threat. So again, do what you need to do to save your life. That's why we're here to get you through this. We will get through this. It is a severe situation, but we'll get through it. But you need to do what you need to do to save your life. And if that is taking those measures, be prepared to take them. Get your family with you. Get your pets. Don't leave your pets behind. Get your medical supplies. You have your documents. Your go bag should have already been ready by this point. But if you're in a scenario where you are not currently under the threat of surge and you are not immediately under threat, you're about to get under surge, take the next 5 minutes to get whatever essential supplies you can, your passports, your credit cards, whatever important documents you have. Just put them in a bag, get them, be ready to go. You can't evacuate, but you have to be ready to rise as far as possible so you'll be safe with the storm surge. You have to shelter in place, but be ready to get to the highest level possible. It's just a serious situation. You have to be prepared to do what you need to do.
Absolutely, and that's a lot of great advice there. We'll be having Scotty Powell join us shortly, but again, I'm gonna take the radar full here and try to take the radar full. We've just had a report of a 60-mile-an-hour wind now at the airport. We continue to be in a very serious situation here as far as wind and rain. This is basically training right same areas now from Summer Flats into Hanahan down over into West Ashley. Parts of downtown are still seeing some very heavy rain down towards Folly Beach and James and Johns Island. We have a tornado warning also for Brunswick County, North Carolina. It sounds like now. Yep, there it is. So this is the first tornado warning of the day. And Scott, Robert, what I'm going to do is, if I can, man, that's not, that's it could be worse.
The radar
But,
site right there.
yeah, the radar site is not exactly cooperating here, but we do have a tornado warning for Brunswick County now, and this is going to go until, let me just read it out for you here. Yeah, this is until clock. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 8 miles southeast of Holden Beach, moving northwest at 55 miles an hour. Tropical tornadoes haul rear end. They move very fast, so as soon as that warning comes out, you got to go. Radar indicated rotation. It's around Holden Beach, 1225. Shallot and Ocean Isle Beach around 1235. Sunset Beach, Grisset Town, Seaside, and Rusttown around 1240. Iredell, Carolina Shores, Calabash, and Longwood around 1245. So again, if you are, if your phone just went off for a tornado warning in far southeastern North Carolina, we need you all taking your tornado precautions right now.
And I want to make something clear here. As I was saying, for those storm surge precautions, that applies to the area under significant storm surge. This tornado warning is not in that area. So if you are in that tornado warning, your primary precaution is to go to the center of your house and as low as level as possible. Find a room, go to a place, particularly a bathroom, because there's piping in that bathroom that will keep your walls sturdy. Go to a bathroom or a closet as close to the center of your house as possible. Take your family and your pets there. Go there immediately. As Jared was saying, tornadoes like these can form very quickly. You need to go there now. You don't have a lot of time to prepare. Think about what you need to get there. Just take your family and your pets. Go there now. You don't have time to take anything else. It's a very quick and developing situation. You need to get as low and as close to the center of your house or building as possible.
Yep. We're bringing in Scotty Powell into the conversation here. Scotty's in Morganton, safely away from you hear that?
Yeah. So
a little windy.
Can you guys hear me? I want to make sure everything's good to go.
Yep. We can hear you.
Yeah, Scotty. Yeah, Scotty, we have you.
All right, cool. Yeah, it's a little bit stormy down your way today, huh, Jared?
Just a touch. Just a touch. I'm honestly oh man, this day is cursed, Scotty. I'm just telling you right now, this day is cursed. We've been having so many technical issues, but yeah, it's been. You can see I'm right in the middle of that rain band right now, and again, I'm running kind of in a degraded state at the moment. I've got most of my systems off because we've been taking power hits left and right, and the last thing I want is to fry some of this stuff. Unbelievable. So yeah, I mean, we have this is unreal.
It's almost
I'll tell you what.
That band has really just set up over the Charleston area, Jared, and that's not good. That's not good because we know there's always flooding concern there in Charleston, and then when you have this just training of heavy rain, not good for the downtown area.
Scotty, I don't know if you've seen. Sorry. I was gonna say I don't know if you've seen these 1 hour rain rates, but it's got up to 3 inches an hour in some cases near Charleston, which is not really a concern for us with all that storm surge already in the area.
Yeah, definitely. So, and just kind of, I was on my way here and looking at where potential landfall may happen here in the next hour or so. Looks like it's going to be just south of the Myrtle Beach area, maybe even south of Georgetown. And if you kind of equate that to further inland, if you live in places like Columbia or Charlotte or even west of Interstate 77, that band that is currently over Jared right now in South Carolina, as it advances north, you can start to see that heavy rain will eventually get into Columbia and then Charlotte. So what's happening where Jared's at now with those heavier rain bands, that's going to be eventually moving up into the Midlands and then the Piedmont of North Carolina throughout the state. So Jared, you can speak firsthand to just how heavy that rain is right now.
No, it is absolutely it is absolutely pouring, man. And I'll tell you, it is absolutely pouring. We have some questions. We did get a question here from Isla Palms. Is it looking for us throughout the day? I mean, again, you're going to be right now you're done with this rain band, but I'm concerned that it may lift back north as the center makes landfall. That center, though, I mean, Scotty, I'll tell you what, this could become really ill-defined here, and that's a really good thing, because this was that was looking there for a minute like it was trying to make one more run to intensify before it made fall, and
Jared, as it gets
very happy about that. But
you know more, you'll know this better offhand than I will, but as it's approaching shore, I would assume that the shelf waters are just a little bit cooler than what it has been out over the ocean. And do you think that's having some effect as it's kind of looking a little bit more disorganized as it heads into the coast?
Yeah, no question. The water temperatures have been actually dropping quite a bit. We had, I'll tell you what, man, we might have been saved a little bit by the little cool snap that we had for the past couple of days of that wedge of high pressure coming down, because our water temperature went from about 80 in the harbor down to 74. And that may be helping us quite a bit right now. Yeah, it's a big drop, and that may be helping us right now as well. And some of the stratiform rain that was developing, as part of that isentropic process over the warm front, that may have cooled off some of the waters too. So again, I'm 100% with you, Scotty. I believe that the cooler water has made a big difference here.
Yeah, and for those who not as familiar with tropical weather, those hurricanes really need, or tropical systems really need water temperatures over 80 degrees to really thrive. Upper 70s, low 80s is where we really see them thrive. So as they get closer to land and the water temperature is a little bit cooler, that kind of helps prevent any further strengthening of the system. So surprised that this is our first tornado warning there. And unfortunately, where the warning polygon's located, there near the Wilmington radar site, we know that there's some tree issues there. So may not be getting the best view of this particular cell. But I heard Robert say earlier, these tropical tornadoes happen very quickly. By the time the warning's issued, they could already be touching down and dissipating. So that's something we'll have to watch as we go on.
And Scotty, something interesting you said earlier was that, you have this cold front coming through. Another thing that happened with this cold front is all that dry air regime that you have behind this storm making it a little less favorable for the development of this storm. So I think that's something that's another blessing.
I think we are.
As this storm is making its way into the air.
Sorry, guys.
You're good.
Sorry, guys. I think we're expecting to hear from South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster here shortly. Let's see what this looks like. We'll take a peek at kind of what that's looking like. It looks like, ETV is on standby for Governor McMaster. So we're going to keep an eye on that as we continue to talk here. Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I was just going to say that having that dry air wrap around into that storm is what's keeping it a little bit weaker. And if this were probably a primer environment around earlier September, August, when we had that more moist air regime in place and the warmer air there, that probably would have been conducive for further strengthening of the storm. That just simply has not happened.
Yeah, that's right. The cold front, like we talked about last night, it's not your typical tropical setup by all means. I mean, I was out earlier this morning and I'm wearing a hoodie and it's like, let's see, what is it? 59 degrees where I'm at right now, and I'm in a tropical storm warning. So you just don't correlate, hoodie and 50 degree temperatures with tropical storm warnings. But that high pressure cold front really has helped out cooling the temperatures down, and has really, I know we have this one tornado warning ongoing, but has really helped kind of limit the potential of seeing a lot of tornadoes. We know when these landfalling tropical systems happen here in the Carolinas, they're normally associated with a lot of tornadoes, and hopefully that won't be the case today. So we'll just have to watch and see how that goes through. Jared, I will report as of about 10 minutes ago, there's a couple of large trees that have fell in downtown Charlotte, closing some area roadways. Holt and 34th Street in downtown Charlotte closed now because of down trees. And for those who may have visited Charlotte, may have not, Charlotte is known as the city of trees. A lot of huge trees that really encompass the city. And now we're seeing some of those come down because of the saturated soils and the gusty winds. So, excuse me, that's something we'll have to watch as well.
Yeah, fellas, I'm currently getting my. As soon as I get this up, I'm gonna lose power again. But we're just gonna take that chance. I'm getting my AWIP system up real quick, and that it gives me the opportunity to look at. Let me see if I can. Yeah, man, that was a gust. We saw some stuff during Dorian, but I think Ian has been quite the. I think it's kind of outclassed it a little bit. Yeah, you're not going to be able to see that very well. I'm not going to be able to zoom in on that very well. But I'm looking at some of the recurrence intervals here. So we with the some of the rain here, and we're starting to creep up into 13, 10-year rainfall here, recurrence intervals, and it continues to fall. MRMS has probably underestimating. Truth be told, I think some of this stuff is going to be underestimated. Radar itself. We're looking at storm total rainfall estimated by the radar here of let's see if it'll load for me. We're approaching we're approaching 8 inches now, 7-8 inches now in James Island. That is remarkable.
Jared, getting a report. Myrtle Beach storm surge now at 4.2 feet, making this the third highest storm surge recorded in history, only behind Hugo and Matthew. So this record goes back to 1957 at the Spring May Pier there in Myrtle Beach. So storm surge right now, 4.2 feet, making it the third biggest storm surge event, only behind Hurricane Hugo, which everyone is familiar with, as well as Matthew, two memorable storms. So Ian right now ranking third there in Horry County.
I think something that's important to note with this storm is, it's that this storm it's you would classify as a Category 1, but it's making all of these records here. It's doing so much significant impact on the Carolinas that the category of wind speed does not necessarily convey every element of the impact here. So we're seeing storm surge, we're seeing all this rainfall here. You can have that with a broader Category 1 storm that sometimes can be on the level of a Category 2 or Category 3 storm. So it's important to be, no matter where you are, assessing the impacts for your location and taking them seriously, even if it is just a Category 1, because that might not be part of the full story for you where you are.
You're right. Yes. And that's something I know that the National Hurricane Center and the weather community in general is talking about. I don't think we'll see it in the next year or two, but kind of maybe the bigger topic of how we classify hurricanes and how can we include not only wind, but storm surge, flooding, and things like that. Because like you said, Robert, people see a Category 1, all 75-mile-per-hour winds. That's not much, but actually, in Myrtle Beach, we're seeing the third largest storm surge on record. So these hurricanes can produce more than just wind, and most of the time, a lot of the damage does come from the water instead of the wind. Now, obviously, we get things like Hurricane Michael and then Hurricane Ian earlier down in Southwest Florida, where we've seen a lot of wind damage. But a lot of these hurricanes produce just as much, if not more, water damage than they do wind.
Yeah, water is always the issue here, almost exclusively the issue in many cases. Hugo was the exception because Hugo was both, right? I mean, it was a Cat 4 storm, and it came right up the gut, and so yeah, you had a lot of tree damage there. Watching this band here, this band still continues to pivot over some of the same areas right now, and it sounds war zone-ish out there. I mean, I'll tell you, it's really, really, really very,
I can
very,
hear it in
very,
the background.
Yeah, and like there's and in some ways it's actually calmer than it was, which is impossible to believe, but that's I will say that is true. Just taking a look back at some of my data here. Man, today is the day that literally nothing works. It's remarkable. Just as if it can't fail, it will fail. So anyway, getting a look now at the past. I'm just taking a peek over here at the past hour stuff, and we're still dealing with 2 to 3 inches of rain an hour. Rain rates here are pretty common. 2 to 3 inches of rain in an hour. We have Somerville, maybe a local enhancement of those rain rates, approaching 3 3 inches an hour. And again, flash flood warnings across the entire Charleston, much of the Charleston metro area, up towards Somerville, up I-26, basically up to past X-99, probably to the Ridgeville exit, all under flash flood warnings for varying times. But downtown and West Ashley and those areas are going to be until 4 o'clock.
Jared,
4 o'clock.
Jared, we're getting a tornado watch issued right now. This is going to be for portions of the eastern Carolinas. The counties have not yet populated, but we will see that tornado watch issued here very shortly.
Yeah, and that's to be expected. The Storm Prediction Center has been watching that pretty closely, and again, getting a look at the satellite. I mean, certainly, I'm looking at the satellite right now, and certainly there is, there's been a lot of cloud cover there, but that southwesterly wind I'm sure is bringing a lot of moisture on shore and a lot of unstable air at the moment. So I know that is that is an issue right now. This is again, I see that that broad center beginning to do its thing. Switching over here a little bit, I'm going to do a little. Just again, trying to get my stuff. We have a flash flood warning extended for Charleston and Colleton County until 4 o'clock. So that flash flood warning, that is the one for Folly Beach and Seabrook and Kiowa and Ravenel and Hollywood. So your flash flood warning has been extended until 4 o'clock in those areas.
And Jared, we've talked about this on numerous shows before. We know Charleston floods a lot, but it's very it's a very rare instance we see flash flood warnings issued for the Charleston area. So that kind of also just shows you how bad the situation is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to take a second and applaud the Weather Service in Charleston, because they're usually very conservative on these things, and I'm really glad to see them taking proactive action because today and really getting it done, because this is significant. We need to be warning people of this because these waters are rising very quickly. Scotty just had a 63-mile-an-hour wind gust at Isle of Palms just a few minutes ago. So again, that's coming from the weather flow mesonet.
We also have this tornado watch out now. So here's some of the counties included. This portions for North Carolina would be Bladen, Brunswick, Columbus, New Hanover, Pender, and Robeson County in North Carolina, as well as Dillon, Horry, and Marion counties in South Carolina until 10 p.m. tonight.
We also have a new hurricane force wind report in Charleston. This one is 1 mile west of West Ashley. Numerous trees reported down in West Ashley between 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. This one came out at 1627 UTC. Tree blocking a portion of the Beesbury Road near Verdino Road at Sanders Road. The power outage is also reported.
That's less than a mile. That's less than a mile from me. I could walk there if I wasn't doing like this. But I could walk there.
Let's keep you inside today, Jared. We don't.
Let's do it.
We don't need Jim Kent. We don't need Jim Cantori out there. We need you safe.
Please don't get hit by.
This is the most. This is, by the way, the hurricane. I mean, this is such a strange storm, Scotty. It is 60 degrees.
It's crazy.
It is 60 degrees here in Charleston. We're getting that dry air wrapped around, and it is only 60 degrees here in Charleston. 52-mile-an-hour wind gust, 60 degrees. We're probably going to. I'm surprised they're not calculating a wind. I'm surprised they're not calculating a wind chill.
I know. I was going to say, what's the wind chill down there? I mean, that's
right?
Pretty cold.
I mean,
who would have thought?
Yeah, I mean, this is just. Ian makes no sense. I'm just going to put it out there right now. Ian makes sense. It travels to the right of the trajectory until it decides it wants to jog left. All these things. So again, I'm trying to get some stuff booted up here. Looks like we have some dry air trying to cut into that, trying to cut this rain band, and that would be really welcome at this point. We have we just got a new report. 4 miles south of the town of Dorchester, several trees reported down between 1 and 2 p.m. in Dorchester, 12 and 1 p.m. in Dorchester County. Tree down on the 4300 block of Ashley River Road, blocking both lanes. That's Highway 61. The tree and power line blocking the roadway at Zion Road and Horsford Road. So again, that's Highway 61 in that neck of the woods, and that's where the rain band is pivoting right now. We are still waiting. He was supposed to be on at 12:30, I want to say. So we're still waiting on Henry McMaster, the governor of South Carolina, to address the state and give an update on the South Carolina response to Hurricane Ian. As soon as we start seeing that, we will cut over to that.
Jared, I'm going to screen share the tornado watch while we're waiting for Henry.
Yeah, do it.
So here's we've got all the counties populated now. So here's the tornado watch. It's going to be for all of eastern North Carolina, along and east of Interstate 95. This includes Lumberton, Fayetteville, Greenville, Newbern, North Carolina, Jacksonville, Jacksonville, Wilmington, down into the Myrtle Beach area, then all of the Outer Banks, northeast North Carolina, and then this also is up into the Virginia Beach, Norfolk area as well. So again, a few tropical tornadoes possible with this tornado watch. It goes until 10 p.m. tonight. Remember, tropical tornadoes a little bit different than what we see in a regular tornado setup. These things can happen fairly quickly. As Jared can attest to, it's raining cats and dogs down there, so you're not going to see the visible funnel. These are going to be very rain wrapped and will happen pretty quickly. So you're most likely not going to see the funnel with these storms. So just be mindful of that. Remember what you need to do in a tornado warning. I know Robert was talking about it earlier. You want to make sure that you have that safe place, lowest level of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Make sure you have that safety kit with you, that emergency kit. Make sure your pets are safe, and just hunker down if you were to find yourself under a warning. And unfortunately, we could see at some point today where we're under a tornado warning and a flash flood warning at the same time. You have to make that decision. Where's the lowest level that's dry and safe as well? So,
guys, I'm going to take as soon as I get up, Henry's going to come on. So, and I'm the only one with the controls over that. So, actually, yeah. So I'm gonna hang out here, but stepping out for break here in a few minutes. I'm going to be switching over back to the machine. Just got a report of a tree down on power lines along South Santee Road. In Dorchester County. Let me look at my email here. I sent some things off to
more storm reports all the way into North Carolina now. So Robeson having a tree and a power line on the roadway in State Route 1131 south of Maxton. Another one near Scotland, North Carolina, 44-mile-per-hour wind gust at Warrenburg-Maxton Airport. And then one all the way up to Cumberland, North Carolina, a 43-mile-per-hour wind gust at Fayetteville Regional Airport. So this wind field extent is very large for this storm, certainly. Something to keep in mind as this storm just continues to churn inland. This is going to hold up for a while.
Yeah, looking at some storm surge video here from Garden City. This is going to be south of Myrtle Beach. The ocean has completely breached the sand dunes there. It is now flowing into townhomes and hotels, and then out onto Ocean Boulevard. Let me get that shared to you guys. Oh, I see Henry is there, so we're going to stand by and wait for Henry to talk, and then we'll come back with live coverage.
Is that everybody? We don't have any more we can bring in? All right. Thank you very much. We have Holly May signing again. Larissa Martin is here with us. Chaplain Davis.
Psalm 37, verse 23 and 24. The Lord directs the steps of the godly. He delights in every detail of their lives. Though they stumble, they will never fall, for the Lord holds them by the hand. Let us pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, we know that you are with us in both the calm and the storm. Even when the disciples began to fear, Jesus showed he was Lord over the waters. We ask that you would calm the wind and the waters of the approaching hurricane and spare those in the path from harm. Open our hearts in love and generosity to all who need help in the coming days. In all things and at all times, help us to remember that even when life seems dark and stormy, you are in the boat with us, guiding us to safety. In your most holy name we pray. Amen.
Okay, John Quararello, National Weather Service.
Thank you, Governor. John Quayle, the National Weather Service. Hurricane Ian's landfall is imminent along the northern Charleston County coast. As of the Hurricane Center's 11 a.m. advisory, Ian was a Category 1 hurricane with 85-mile-an-hour winds, and we should be getting an update on its position here within the next hour or so. The impacts of Hurricane Ian are already ongoing across the state. Peak wind gusts as of noon have reached 83 miles an hour at Fort Sumter, 73 miles an hour at Folly Beach, 68 miles an hour at Murrells Inlet, 58 miles an hour at the Charleston Airport, 55 miles an hour at Georgetown, and 53 miles an hour at North Myrtle Beach. The strongest winds will occur into this evening across the northern Charleston Tri-County area, up through the Grand Strand and PD, with areas along the coast near where Ian makes landfall potentially seeing wind gusts up to 80 to 90 miles an hour, and 50 to 70 miles an hour farther inland along the track. Tropical storm force winds will extend west through the Midlands. These winds have already downed numerous trees and power lines across parts of the state, and these reports should become more widespread as Ian shifts inlands and the destructive winds develop. Storm surge flooding is already ongoing as well across much of the South Carolina coast, with reports of inundation in many coastal communities, especially along the central and northern portions of the coast. Peak surge values of 4 to 7 feet of inundation are expected north of Isle of Palms, with lower values south of there, generally up to 2 to 4 feet. Storm surge flooding will be most problematic through mid-afternoon, but could certainly linger through the evening. Areas in and around McClellanville, Georgetown, Debidu Colony, Pawleys Island, Garden City, Litchfield, and Cherry Grove will be most affected. The storm surge will occur along the ocean front, the back bays, and tidal creeks. Coastal roadways could temporarily become impassable. Heavy rain is also ongoing, with many flash flood warnings right now in the Charleston Tri-County area. The flooding threat will continue into this evening, especially with the torrential rainfall, the high rainfall rates that we're seeing right now with Ian. Everyone's reminded that if you encounter a flooded roadway to turn around, don't drown. And finally, there's an increasing threat of isolated tornadoes, mainly in the far northeast part of the state where a tornado watch has now been issued. Conditions should improve across the state late tonight as Ian weakens and lifts to the north. So again, please seek higher ground if you're in a flood-prone location along the coast, and do not drive through flooded roadways. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll answer questions as we go through the team. As I speak, the center of Hurricane Ian is approaching the coast of South Carolina, just above Charleston, mainly from Bulls Bay up through Myrtle Beach. I've spoken to a number of the mayors in those areas, and they are well prepared. The Grand Strand, particularly right now, is seeing very rough seas. Also, behind the Grand Strand, the water is backing up because it can't get out behind the beaches and behind the creeks. But this is not as bad as it could have been. A lot of prayers have been answered, but I would ask people, don't quit yet, because it's still coming. We are not out of the woods. I remind people, as John Quirello just said, there's water on the roads. We've seen photographs of it that people have been sending us, the mayors and others, and it's still very dangerous. And there's still winds even where there's not much water in other parts of the state. So if you don't need to go outside in the wind right now, stay inside. If you don't need to drive anywhere, don't drive. Be careful and be smart. So far, fortunately, no deaths have been reported to us as a result of the storm. But there are still life-threatening conditions, and we need to continue to be very careful. I note that in Charleston, they have, according to Mayor Tecklenburg a little while ago, they have about 6 to 12 inches of water in the hospital district. That's much less than was expected. The low wall around the battery was not overrun with water. That is very good news. High tide in Myrtle Beach was at about 12:30, and so we know the water is high there. The winds are high, and as I said before, a lot of water is being trapped inland and can't get out because of the winds and because of the currents. But right now, when the storm seems to be receding in certain parts of the state and is moving on to others at hurricane speeds, this is when people normally get careless, get hurt, and unfortunately often lose their lives. So don't forget that human error is the deadliest thing that we have. Misjudgments, miscalculations, carelessness. So be careful and be smart. I spoke to President Biden this morning. He was fully aware of our situation. He promised whatever help we needed. And you would like to know, of course, he's been here before, and he says South Carolina is a beautiful place. And, of course, I agreed 100% with that. So that is our situation so far, and we have a number of people to speak and provide details. And we'll start with General Jeff Jones.
Thank you, Governor. Major General Jeff Jones, the Deputy Adjutant General. Right now, the South Carolina Military Department, which comprises our Army Guardsmen, our Air Guardsmen, and our State Guardsmen, and our civilian employees, they are poised to continue to respond to our state and local partners and the people of South Carolina. Currently, we have 90 Guardsmen on state active duty. They are positioned forward, primarily performing high water vehicle support, and we are poised and prepared to shift operations in response to any request to any mission statewide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General. Kim Stenson.
Thank you, sir. Kim Stenson, Director of South Carolina Emergency Management Division. The State Emergency Operations Center is currently at Operating Condition 1, also known as OPCON 1. This is our highest level of alert and response, and we are now fully staffed with a number of state agencies and voluntary organizations 24 hours a day until this event curtails. Right now, priorities include support to counties and responding to transportation, sheltering, supply, and equipment missions. We're also planning for damage assessment and follow-on recovery operations. We continue to work closely with the local authorities to share information and identify unmet needs. We've only received a few requests for support, but they include high water vehicles, swift water rescue teams, and shelter support. In the near term, we expect to receive additional requests for debris management assistance, generators, and also damage assessment. Damages have been light so far, with basically reports of downed trees and localized flooding, mostly along the coast, but we expect that to build over the afternoon. The governor mentioned talking to President Biden, and last night we received a federal emergency declaration which will allow us to seek reimbursement for response costs and any direct federal assistance we might request. And that emergency declaration is different, it's not the same as a major disaster declaration, which we requested after the completion of any damage assessment that we would do and potentially provide funding for both infrastructure and repairs and assistance to individuals and families. So the emergency declaration is fairly limited, but it does give us some advantages, certainly at this point. As the storm moves through South Carolina, residents should keep in mind a couple of key points. One is to stay tuned to local television and radio stations for emergency information. Certainly stay inside a well-constructed building, and then try to limit your non-emergency calls to keep that grid open, and use text messages if you've got non-emergency calls. So, reminder: citizens can use scemd.org and the South Carolina Emergency Management app on your phone to keep up to date on disaster information. And we encourage you, citizens that receive damage, to go ahead and report damage through that app, that South Carolina Emergency Manager mobile app. And then the damage assessment report is on the tools section of the main menu, so it's pretty easy to get to. I checked it out last night. Sir, thank you.
Thank you, Director Nanette Edwards.
Thank you, Governor. Nanette Edwards, Executive Director for the South Carolina Office Regulatory Staff. So around 10:30 this morning, statewide, we had outages of around 32,927. As around 12:25 today, we're already over 69,000. I do anticipate that those outage numbers will climb. The crews are standing at the ready, and they will go out and do restoration efforts, but only when it's safe to do so. So when those winds get to about 30 miles per hour, the crews that are out there, you will see them pause. So for customers who currently have power, because I expect the number to climb, please do take a moment and charge your phones, do those things that you need to do while you still have some power. For those that are experiencing an outage, do notify your utility so that they are aware. And if you are out and about for some reason, stay away from downed power lines. If you do have a customer complaint, contact ORS toll-free at 1-800-922-1531. That concludes my report.
Thank you, ma'am. Secretary Hall, Department of Transportation.
Thank you. I'm Christy Hall, the South Carolina Secretary of Transportation. We currently have more than 2,100 employees working this event. As of now, we've responded to more than 200 downed trees across the state that's been removed in order to re-clear the roadway and enable the utility providers to get back in and do the work that they need to as well. We will continue to do that as the storm passes through the state. We are also aware of water on some of the roadways across the state. There are currently no major closures that we are aware of. However, we are closely watching with the local officials some of the causeways in the areas that John Q mentioned, really north of Charleston, all the way up to Myrtle Beach area. As mentioned earlier, we urge people to avoid travel, if at all possible, today as the storm works its way through the state. And Governor, that completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Director Ben Duncan.
Thank you, Governor. Ben Duncan, Chief Resilience Officer, South Carolina Office of Resilience. We are standing ready at this time to assist citizens who may have damage or may have some need for assistance from the hurricane. We help with short-term problems, we help with long-term problems, and we are here until we take care of those problems for you. We're here to assist the governor, we're here to help citizens, and we provide information that you may need in the short term or long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Emily Farr.
Thank you, sir. Emily Farr, Director of the Department of Labor Licensing and Regulation. Throughout this event, the agency, through its division State Fire, has been prepared should any search and rescue efforts be needed. Earlier this week, we mobilized Task Force 1 with collapse and water rescue capability at the State Fire campus here in Columbia, so that we were prepared to back up the regional search and rescue teams that are located in Charleston, Hilton Head, and Myrtle Beach. Last night, North Charleston did request 2 boat teams, so we did deploy Task Force 1, and they arrived there at about 10 p.m. last night. We backfilled those teams by requesting 2 boat teams through firefighter mobilization, and Anderson County and Oconee County answered that call, and their boat teams are now here in Columbia, ready to deploy if needed. As well, the State Fire Marshal, Chief Jonathan Jones, continues to make contact with the fire chiefs along the coast to make sure that they do not have any unmet needs. We appreciate all of the first responders who volunteer and stand ready to ensure South Carolina is prepared if any search and rescue is necessary. And just remind those viewers, if you ever do find yourself in an emergency situation needing those sort of assistance, to dial 911. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Director Mike Leach, Department of Social Services.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. Michael Leach, South Carolina Department of Social Services. Currently, we have 5 shelters open across the state. All are general population shelters. 2 are in Charleston County, 1 in Jasper County, 1 in Orangeburg, and 1 in Williamsburg. As of noon today, we have a total population of 119 individuals in our shelters. Our current total capacity is 759, and so we are about 15% of that capacity. All locations are resourced. DSS staff, Red Cross volunteers, law enforcement, and other volunteer organizations are currently engaged in that mission. There are 0 medical needs shelters open at this time, and we recommend anyone who needs a shelter to bring blankets, sleeping bags, pillows, medications, any personal hygiene or personal items, or special foods if you're on restricted diet. And shelter information could be found at scemd.org or redcross.org, or contact your local county emergency manager.
Thank you. Director Rob Wood, Department of Public Safety.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. I'm Rob Woods, Director of the South Carolina Department of Public Safety. Beginning yesterday, we deployed law enforcement officers from the state throughout South Carolina in anticipation of higher calls for service on U.S. highways, interstates, and other highways throughout the state. We have, in fact, seen an uptick in calls for service starting last night. We were over 90 calls for service from 6 p.m. until 6 a.m. this morning, and we're currently over 131 calls for service from 6 a.m. until noon today. And those calls for service were primarily for assisting motorists and for trees and other objects in the roadway. As it stands now, we have over 300 law enforcement officers from the Department of Public Safety, from SLED, Triple P, and DNR who are patrolling the highways. We'll have those folks out there with the expectation that those calls for service will continue to increase as the storm moves ashore. Again, and just to echo the advice given by Secretary Hall, given what we see with these increased calls for service, with these increased traffic incidents, please stay off the roadways until the storm passes. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Ed Simmer, DHEC.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Ed Simmer, Director of the South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control. We have been working very closely with our healthcare facilities, dam owners, drinking and wastewater facilities to ensure that they are ready. We are very confident that they are ready and prepared to weather this storm successfully, but we do have teams ready to deploy on a moment's notice if we do have any problems. Most important right now as the storm is passing through is to be safe. As the governor said, we've had no one die. We want to keep that going. We don't want anyone seriously injured in that storm. To do that, we need folks to make good decisions. Please stay indoors. If the winds are blowing hard, be away from windows. Stay out of the floodwaters. The floodwaters not only have a risk of drowning, they can have bacteria, they can have toxic substances. If somehow you do end in the floodwater, as soon as you possibly can, rinse off, get fresh clothes on. That will help protect you. Please be careful with carbon monoxide. People may be using generators as the power goes out. Make sure that generator is outside, vented outside, so you don't have carbon monoxide, which is colorless, odorless. You will never know it's there, but it will kill you. So please be careful with that. Also, never add fuel to a hot generator because that can cause an explosion. Remember that all shellfish beds are currently closed to harvesting in the state because, again, of the toxic potential of the water. So please do not be harvesting shellfish right now. And finally, sometimes when we have flooding like this, we can have coffins float to the surface. I know that doesn't sound very pleasant, but if you find that, please call us, and we will help manage that. We will make sure that gets taken care of. And the number for that is 803-622-7259. I'd also note that many of our emergency medical services, as the storm is coming in along the coast, are no longer able to operate safely. So if you do call for help, you may not be able to be responded to right away. We have checked. All of our hospitals are open. All of the hospital emergency departments are open. If you do need emergency medical assistance, that's where you should go, because many of our regular medical clinics and urgent cares are currently closed, especially along the coast. If you do have questions as the storm passes about things like mold, your private well, food in your refrigerator if your power has gone off, and when is that safe? Please go to our website, scdhec.gov. We have information about each of those topics and also hotline numbers you can call for things like mold, dam safety, and those sorts of issues. Finally, let me just say, South Carolina is great because we take care of each other. If you have a neighbor, a friend who maybe isn't as able to take care of themselves, please check on them when it's safe to do so. Make sure they're okay. Provide them the assistance that they need. And, working together, we will be safe and we'll get through this successfully. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Dr. Silva. Chief Mark Keel, SLED.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Keel, Chief of SLED. All of our personnel has been on standby since the day before yesterday. We began assisting ESF 16 Highway Patrol with patrols of our major highways, interstate, major roadways. We started that at 3 p.m. yesterday afternoon, and we'll continue that until after the storm. At that point, if there are areas of the state that we need to transition into some security missions at request of chiefs and sheriffs, we'll do that. I've personally been in contact with the chiefs and sheriffs along our coastal this morning, as well as our regional captains are maintaining contact with them. We will continue to talk to them, communicate with them, and if they have any needs after the storm has passed, we will assist them with any of those security missions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Are there any questions? Questions?
Governor, are you recommending a certain time when people can actually leave their structures, leave their safe spaces?
Well, we prefer the wind to be gone and the water to be gone, of course. But we'll be providing that information. It'll be available online, and we'll be having another press conference to provide that. But this is something where people need to use their own judgment. If it's dangerous outside, they should not go. And these winds are high. They can blow projectiles through the air. You can get struck by a projectile, and again, water on the roads can be very dangerous, particularly when there's water in the ditches. And so we want people to use common sense. Stay tuned to the channels. We don't know exactly how the water is going to flow or how deep it's going to be in various places. And there may be some flooding that we haven't seen yet as the water makes its way down to towards the coast. Yes?
How would you describe working with the Biden administration while you're preparing and responding to the storm?
They've been helpful and cooperative, and as we all know, when there's a hurricane, there's no politics involved there. And everybody agrees that we want to keep everyone safe and protect people, help people recover as well.
For the South Carolina Department of Transportation, are there any specific areas where we're seeing the most flooding or trees down that people need to avoid, like certain locations in Columbia that people may need to avoid?
Just sporadic trees down in the Midlands and the upstate as these strong gusts move through the state, as described by John Q. with the Weather Service. Of course, in the coastal areas, really from Charleston all the way up to Myrtle Beach, as the tide, currently at high tide, so as that tide is here and the storm's coming in at the same time, there will be elevated water levels across some of the roads. We're seeing that today as we speak, and of course, you know, it'll take a little bit of time for that water to recede, but as soon as it recedes, we're prepared to go in immediately. We've pre-positioned assets to go in and clear any sand or debris or anything that may be blocking those roads immediately to restore service.
Question. Director Woods said there was about 221 calls for service to your agency. Are they concentrated in any certain areas right now?
No, what we're experiencing, obviously in the coastal area, that's where we're seeing the highest increase. We see some sporadically statewide, but mostly it's in the coastal areas where the storm's impacting us.
Weather question. With the conditions the way they are now, do you see anything that may suggest that there could be severe weather such as tornadic, any activity and things of that nature?
Yeah, there appears to be an increasing threat right now. That could be some isolated tornadoes. That threat is really just limited to the far northeast part of the state, so right along parts of the Grand Strand. I believe a tornado watch was just issued for the northeast part of the state for that threat. And they'll continue through the afternoon, maybe into the early evening hours, but it looks really localized just in that one part of the state. The rest of the state, the threat for tornadoes looks very, very low.
More questions? Yes, sir.
Director Edwards, you mentioned power outages. Are those largely in the Charleston, Tri-County area, or are you seeing those across the state?
Well, we track all outages. Our system, the Palmetto system, does record statewide. So as you can imagine, the ones that are in the up part of the state, they're lower. You are correct. As I was coming in for this meeting, Dominion, I think, was already over 23,000 because they had to pause restoration efforts. The winds had gotten high enough in Charleston. I'm hoping maybe around 2 o'clock, you know, as the winds die down, they'll be able to get their crews back out. I anticipate that the outages will be along the track that you expect, Charleston, Georgetown, that on up, Myrtle Beach.
I have a question from John Q. You said, you know, when it will hit the coast and then come through the Midlands,
will it hit around 5 or 6 o'clock? Do people who are at work right now maybe need to head home early?
So the track of the storm has shifted a little bit, so it's going to make landfall along the coast, and then it's going to track through the northeast part of the state. So the Midlands won't be experiencing the brunt of the storm, but we're already seeing the high wind gusts out there now, up over 40 miles an hour in many areas. So I think that threat will certainly just continue to increase here over the next couple of hours, and I think be with us through the afternoon and the commute home for many people. So I think people just need to use caution. You know, with those kind of winds, even in the Midlands, while they're not as strong, we're still going to expect to see some trees coming down. So people just need to use caution with that. But I think overall conditions will begin to rapidly improve once we get into tonight and the winds start to diminish. So yeah, certainly the rush hour this evening, everyone needs to be cautious, whether you're on the coast or even, you know, in the central part of the state. We even had some gusts near tropical storm force in Greenville earlier this morning. So even parts of the upstate are seeing those winds as well. So just everyone really should just use caution.
John, while you're up there, can you talk about the timing of landfall in relation to high tide versus low tide?
So high tide generally occurred right around 12 o'clock along many areas along the coast, give or take an hour. So, I haven't gotten word yet that it's officially made landfall, but we expect it to be really any time now. It should be making landfall based on what we're seeing on radar and satellite. So, that's starting to come in here now, and the National Hurricane Center will make the assessment on when that happens, make the official word. What was the rest of the question?
I guess, is this the worst? I hate to use the worst case scenario about the timing.
Yeah. So the tides were coming off of high tide, so the water's already built up essentially. The tides come in, and it's not able to flow back out as the storm approaches. So it's just going to continue to build up. So we really expect the worst of the conditions here in the next 1 to 2 hours, we think, as we're coming off of high tide and the waters continue to come in with the approach of Ian. So that surge isn't right with the eye wall, it's usually just out ahead of it. So that's coming in right now with the time of high tide. So the next several hours will probably be the key time to focus on that storm surge threat.
For a little more detail on that, John Tecklenburg, Mayor of Charleston, the high tide there was around noon. But of course the storm hit a little north of there, so that was good news for Charleston. As I mentioned earlier, the water did not go over the battery, the low wall at the battery, which is good news, but it was 6 inches to a foot at that time when I spoke to him about an hour ago, I guess. In the hospital district, which usually floods. Whenever there's flooding, it seems it's always there. But in the Grand Strand, Mayor Brenda Bethune in Myrtle Beach, Marion Hatley in North Myrtle Beach, and also Bob Heller in Surfside, we're expecting high tide there. Of course, the farther north you go, the later the high tides are. And it's around 12:30 was when they usually, and where they would begin today. And that's why what John Q mentioned is that water is coming in and the wind's coming in. Whatever rain and water is coming down and trying to get out can't get out, and that's what causes those flooding conditions and flooded roads. Yes, sir.
Governor, you speak a lot about infrastructure. Is there anything infrastructure-wise that can be done in South Carolina to help the coastal areas in events like this, or is this just something you have to bear?
Well, one of the things we do, and of course that's one reason we have so much interest in I-26, because that typically is a road that has a lot of traffic when a storm hits. But we are working, as you know, we're ahead of schedule.
Yes, sir.
I'll ask Ms. Hall to address that question on our roads, and that's really the main thing we can do is get those roads, and also to have the people understand the danger that they face in providing them timely and good information, as we attempt to do by having this full team here for your questions. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's exactly what the governor said. I mean, clearly focused on the evacuation route of I-26, primarily making sure that gets widened using the resources available to the department, and those projects are progressing quite well. The one north of Columbia is well ahead of schedule, and the contract to begin the first part of widening on the section between Charleston and Columbia is about to be signed to move forward with that project, again ahead of schedule. All that work's been accelerated due to leadership efforts with the governor and our legislative body as well. So you've got your major routes, and then of course there's a large emphasis looking at drainage projects throughout the state, especially in areas where we have frequent flooding. So more to come on that, but of course there's plenty of work to do when it comes to drainage work across the state.
More questions?
Director Leach, are you expecting more shelters to open up post-storm?
At this point in time, the local emergency management departments they're prepared. We have not said that they have not said that they're going to open any, but if we have to surge and get one up and ready, we can do that pretty quick. But there are, at this point in time, we don't have any word for any more at this moment.
More questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, and that was Governor McMaster out over at the Emergency Management Department giving an update on a really hard hit that we're taking today from Hurricane Ian. I am still the rule is that as soon as I get my full setup going, I'm going to lose power again. So we're just going to stay right here. I got Scotty and Robert with us here. Guys, I'm just going through just going through this here, and I've got here's a tree down on a large limb down on a house. Hopefully no hole. Wow. Let's see. James Island here, they've had 6 inches of rain. This is getting worse. It's we believe that so Josh Morgerman is in McClellanville. It has intercepted the eye, so it looks like it's beginning to come on shore there. We're waiting for the official determination from the Hurricane Center as far as a landfall goes. Let's go to the radar, and once again, you see, we got a lot of storm reports on here. So many of them, I might have to just take them off for a little bit because we can't see what's going on here. So I'm going to do that. That's quite a bit there. So we're going to take those. I'm going to take the MPing reports off too because those are great, and God love you for doing them. But we're running. We need some room. So anyway, this band of rain has been sitting here for quite a while. And it looks like it's going to try and edge back over. And I was concerned about this. It looks like it's going to head back over downtown Charleston in the next. Really now, honestly, it's moving back over now. We are again. I'm just checking tweets, checking all sorts of things here. Again, we have trees down, a lot of trees down. We have significant flooding here. Here's a video. So here's we've got we've got this is what the marsh looks like. And again, we didn't get the worst of it. We're not getting the 4-foot storm surge here, guys. Like that's it's just absolutely nuts over here at the moment.
I'm trying to I can't find the right link. I was trying to get the storm surge reports up in Myrtle Beach because I think we've seen another rise there, but I'm having a hard time finding that link. There we go.
While you're getting that, I can go over some of the other reports we received. So we got to a gust to 92 miles per hour. The Schutz Folly sensor in the Charleston Harbor. Mm-hmm. That was around 18 minutes ago. And we also had a few more reports from around Charleston. So a few hurricane reports, particularly over the last hour. One coming in just at the top of the hour. Video showing a house with roof damage along Calhoun Street in downtown Charleston. Another 1 mile southeast of central Charleston, a tree down and blocking the roadway on Queen Street at Logan Street. And then we have, of course, a few earlier ones, the Schutz Folly that I just said. And then another one that we went over earlier with numerous trees reported down. So continuing to see damage throughout the city of Charleston. And this is just unfortunately what's going to happen with all this storm surge combined with these hurricane vortex gusts and this torrential rain band that just continues to set up over the city of Charleston. And it's not an ideal situation here as it just continues to move as the storm turns and just putting an axis of heaviest rainfall right over Charleston.
Yes, I did find that at Spring Maid Pier. It looks like the storm surge peaked out right at 5 feet, which is going to solidly make this the third largest storm surge event recorded there at the Spring Maid Pier. So starting to see that back down ever so slightly. That's some good news. I know we just had high tide there, Jared. So, thankfully we're starting to see those water levels slowly, and I mean very, very slowly back down. But that's some good news. Let's see here. We also did have, from that earlier tornado warning, we did have a confirmed tornado in the Holden Beach area. Skywarn Storm Spotter reported a tornado in Holden Beach with lofted debris. No structural damage at this time being reported, but there was a storm spotter there that did confirm a tornado on the ground there in Holden Beach. So that is something that looks like Jared lost power there. So it's just you and I, Robert. So it looks like that did occur there from that tornado warning earlier today. So looking at some of the reports, starting to get some reports now into the Piedmont of North Carolina, getting some wind gusts of 40 miles per hour in the Fayetteville area, just north of Fayetteville. Scotland County, 44 miles per hour at McCall Army Airfield, as well as, let's see, what is this?
I just got a tropical storm force report all the way over McCormick, South Carolina, which is on the border between South Carolina and Georgia. So
yeah, that's over near the Augusta area. Jared said his internet is out, so hopefully that'll get back on soon there. But over in Augusta, wind gusts 39 miles per hour there as well. All kinds of reports. We're starting to get some damage reports in in Charlotte, as well as up into the Lincolnton area as well, with some trees down. So getting all kinds of now tree reports now in the Piedmont of North Carolina. So Robert, right now, I think waiting for that official declaration of Hurricane Ian making a landfall in South Carolina. I know it's very close to McClellanville, which, if you've heard of that town before, that's where Hurricane Hugo made landfall. Again, these are not comparable storms, but that's kind of where Hugo made landfall and where Ian looks to be making landfall as well. That should be official here in the next few minutes as the eye wall is coming on shore. And I just noticed I was not sharing my radar screen, so let me share that for you all so you can see that.
Scotty, that reminds me of how Ian made landfall in Florida, because it made landfall at the exact same point where Charlie made landfall.
Yes.
And now you're saying this is making the exact same landfall point with another hurricane. So it's, again, comparing hurricanes, not always a great idea, because every hurricane can have different impacts on different people, but it's just uncanny how we've seen this happen twice at the same storm now.
Yeah, that's kind of strange how that, oh no. Let's see. I forgot. Jared's got the control. Let me see if I can get my screen share here.
We also have a new heavy rain report in Folly Beach. It says that all side streets along East Ashley Avenue up to 5th Street are reported flooded, and East Cooper and East Ashley beyond 5th Street are flooded. Tabia Island, Mariners Cay, and other areas on the back of the island are reported flooded as well. So this is, you're getting out to Barrier Island area up there. So it's expected with the storm surge you'll be flooded, but still, just confirmation how much this flooding and this rain and the storm surge is impacting the area.
Yes, very, very true. Goodness, y'all, I know we're using a new setup here, and if you follow us consistently, I'm not the most technical savvy person here. So I'm trying to work behind the scenes to get the radar pulled up for you all, but just to let you know, the landfall is probably imminent right now between Wando, Ondal, and McClellanville, as we're seeing Ian make this trek onto land. So we will probably get that probably get that clarification here in just a minute.
Scotty, if you want, until you can get your radar up, I can put up GR3 from my computer.
Yeah, if you want to try. I'm not sure, Jared. It gives us an option to turn on the secondary screen, and it's not giving me that option here. So.
Right. Yeah, so you're basically talking about is the center of the storm is right about here. So we're expecting to see the landfall confirmation within the next few minutes. We'll wait. The NHC will come over with an official report when that happens, but obviously not a clear eye that you can see here, but still devastating impacts of the storm. And wherever the center of the storm is, you're going to see that storm surge and that heavy rainfall. But again, expecting landfall confirmation within the next few minutes. Another worry with this is you can see how here's the center of the storm, here's the outer rain bands. This wind field, all these reports out here with this tropical storm sign, this wind field is well outside of the storm. So as it continues to move inward, just imagine this extent moving and impacting the cities of Charlotte, Raleigh, Greensboro. This is going to impact you over the next 12 to 24 hours here as the storm moves inward. Of course, we'll begin the weekend, but still a worry for us. And as you see all these storms on the outer rain bands here, this is the primary worry for that tornado. This is where your setup is the best, that shear profile, where you can have these quick setup tornadoes with all these outer rain bands. That's why we have a big tornado watch that was issued. Okay. The first tornado right along the South Carolina North Carolina border earlier. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more warnings throughout the afternoon. Hopefully not, but with this setup, it's just hard to rule on anymore.
I think we got Jared back, and it looks like we have Candace and Evan with us as well. Jared, for some reason why, maybe we can get Robert and all those folks to talk. I didn't have access to screen share my radar. I don't know if I need to claim.
Oh, we have a radar. We do have a radar right here. Robert's got his, and I can actually do mine as well. So, sorry guys.
Who made that look easy?
Yeah, I didn't get the admin rights, so Jared, I don't know if I might need to log back in for that or what, but we can.
Oh, you have to log in with a different link.
Yeah.
You have to log in with a different link to make that work. We'll
get that later.
Ian is Ian is Dutch for technical problems, so that's where that's the etymology of the name. Not really. Anyway, so yeah, it looks like we just lost James's webcam there.
Oh.
He was doing his dash cam. What's up?
We've got some big news. Well, I don't mean it to be big news, but we just got a report in now that the end of the Pawleys Island Pier has collapsed per Pawleys Island Police Department. So the end of the pier there in Pawleys Island has collapsed due to the rough seas as Ian is moving ashore there. So
yeah.
I'm sure we'll see some pictures eventually out of that area. But yeah, that's some sad news that's coming out right now.
Yeah, again, and the crazy thing is, and again, guys, this wasn't supposed to go to Myrtle Beach a few days ago. I mean, that's the crazy thing about this is that, it just shows just how important it is to keep in touch with forecast updates. That's for sure. And again, we're looking at Robert's radar here. I think, are you looking for him, Wilmington?
Yes, I can change the site if you need.
I'll tell you what. I will share mine up, and I will share my radar scope, and you keep it on Wilmington, and I'll keep it here. So let me. I thought I was sharing my radar scope. Okay, here it is. We have a lot of people in the thumbnails. I move us to the bottom. There we go. Oh no, that's too small. Oh my goodness, it's all too small. Anyway, that horrible torrential band of rains stretching from Sumter through Manning, Santee, Holly Hill, Somerville, down I-26 into Hanahan, North Charleston proper, moving back over downtown now, and in a few minutes I'm going to try and punch up the CFC webcam there. Let's just set this in motion. I mean, you can see the flash flood warnings continue. They're going to continue until 4 o'clock across the Charleston metro area. Starting to see this band begin to lift north a little bit. But the other thing is, it looks like maybe I'm just seeing the thing I want to see, but it looks like some dry air might be trying to infiltrate this a little bit more. It might be trying to erode that band a little bit. I really hope that's what I'm seeing, and it's not. I've been getting absolutely battered here. I've been getting battered here for the better part of about 3 hours from this band.
I'm just stunned about how that band's just set up there and kept going over the last few hours for you guys. It's not a good situation there for sure.
Yeah. There was we lost data from the Charleston anemometer for a time. That was a thing that happened. So again, like we are dealing with a lot. What I'm going to do, guys, is but this is going to be interesting because I'm going to try and get the webcam there. I have a weather station on Ashley Phosphate Road in North Charleston that about 10 minutes ago he told me it was at 6 inches, and now it's at 7 inches underneath that band. So we are seeing unbelievable rain rates here, guys. I mean, this thing is really rocking and rolling, and we're and again we're kind of on the the west side. We got lucky here. That's the thing. We got lucky. I mean, the top tide was 7.05 feet. We're not going to be that lucky forever. I'm just saying. This is just one of those things, guys. It's just absolutely bonkers.
Speaking of tides, like I know you guys have already touched on this some, but down in like Tampa and like the whole like Tampa Bay just like going out into the ocean, I think this is a really cool storm after the fact for people to talk about tides and such, because I think a lot of people weren't expecting to see the like bottom of the sea literally in Tampa.
Yeah, absolutely. And sorry, I'm typing as I'm typing a promo. And just bring some more people, try and bring in some more people here. We've been on the air for a little while now. But yeah, we were looking at the tide sucking out there, and I mean, God, that's the most eerie thing. That's the most scary thing. It feels like it really is.
Jared, I'm not sure if you guys can see the screen here.
I can make you see the screen. Give me just a second. I'll get there.
All right.
If I can find
Here
it.
is this has just been
Many
tweeted out.
tabs. All right, let me replace my screen share here. There it is. All right, we're gonna take you full.
All right, this was tweeted out from Pawleys Island Police Department. There you can see the pier, but the next picture really tells the story. There you can see the end of the pier has collapsed into the Atlantic.
Mm-hmm.
So we see this from time to time with these piers. They battle so much throughout a year, and unfortunately, looks like they're going to be rebuilding this pier in Pawleys Island. And I'm just scrolling through the police department. My goodness, Pawleys Island is really taking the hit. Let me see.
85-mile-an-hour gusts at Fort Sumter.
Yeah, let me let's screen share this right here. Social media is such a great thing doing things like this. Here's what it looks like in Pawleys Island right now. This is again from the police department.
Let me know when you get that there. Yeah, let me take this.
You start turning now.
This is a water rescue, right?
This is it doesn't say a water rescue, but I would imagine that's the only reason they would be out right now.
Look at the depth here. I mean, the waves. I mean, it's reclaimed. I mean,
you're even seeing those white caps on the waves, like crazy.
Yeah, that's some intense videos coming out of Pawleys Island. And Jared, for those who are not familiar with Pawleys Island, can you kind of give it a location of where that's at?
Yeah, let's zoom in on that actually. So it's up here in Georgetown County. I'll zoom in a little bit more. It's right here, Pawleys Island, and they are in. Well, I mean, if let's look at Pawleys Island in relation to the center. So if the center is coming ashore somewhere roughly around McClellanville, uh, we have a new flash flood warning. It's been extended. Flash flood warning has been extended until 5 o'clock. Ask me how I know. Everything is losing its mind right now. Glad I was on site, that's for sure. But yeah, so if that's the center, and there's Pawleys Island. I mean, that's exactly where you get concerned about the surge risk. That is not an arrow. That is not remotely close to an arrow. I'm just going to stop while I'm ahead. But I mean, that's where, I mean, that right in the line of fire there. So yeah, so and again, it's an island. It's an island town. You know, small town. You know, generally a nice place, a little upscale. And it's really, yeah, it's not good. It's not good there today.
Jared, you were talking about dry air looking like it's wrapped in to the storm. I was looking at some like water vapor stuff, and it does look like there is some dry air trying to wrap into the storm. I don't think it's just your eyes.
Wrap harder. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at this point. Is, you know, I need this stuff to wrap around harder because it is really bad. So we got the official tide. I never thought that this was going to be the storm report for the tide today, but the water level only reached 7.02 feet. That is minor. You know, and that is incredible. I mean, that's just unbelievable. We were staring 9 to 10 feet down the barrel this time yesterday here in Charleston. And I do not know how we keep doing this. But yeah, you can see, I mean, that this band continues to wrap around. It looks like it is finally starting to let up a little bit. I have transparency mode in my AirPods, so I can at least hear everything that's happening now. Set it in motion, and you can see it is bending back over downtown and Mount Pleasant. This is coming back to you. But you can see as that center gets closer, it really is getting more and more amorphous. The water temperatures, we were talking about this earlier, the water temperatures out here have plummeted because we had a bit of a cold snap the last couple of days. We've been under a wedge. We're still under a wedge. The fact that it's 64 is actually remarkable, honestly. It got to 60 days earlier. We set a record low maximum in Charleston yesterday. So record low maximum, yeah. So I always get that wrong. But now, you know, that and for a time while it was looking like that this was getting reorganized. It was building an eye wall on the north side. But then that eye wall collapsed. And it looks like some of that is really starting to help here. So we're going to get an update from the Hurricane Center here shortly. That should give us an idea of Ian's position. And I mean, we got to say, you know, it's certainly using radar only. And I think that's the downside here is that I'm using radar only. I don't have other obs, you know, plotted on this, obviously, because every time I turn on all of my machines, everything goes out again, and then I have to set everything back up. So we just have stopped doing that. But you see elation roughly right around McClellanville. Josh Morgerman, ice cyclone, if you're familiar with him, the hurricane man, among other things, he is in McClellanville, and he got the eye, but he got the pressure drop, so he got it. The second intercept for him on Ian. So I don't like seeing Josh Morgerman anywhere near my town unless it's a social visit. You know, I'm glad he was here to take the data and maybe if he's watching, you know, let's grab a beer or something. But anyway, but we're watching this band. It's still very intense, but it does look like it's finally starting to let up a little bit. You know, as it starts to move north. And again, this is, you know, we'll zoom out a little bit and you guys can see that this is certainly seeming like it is beginning to really fill in now. Guys, I would watch this special marine warning near Jacksonville, North Carolina. That is very likely for a water spout that may turn into a tornado. Yeah, let's so we don't have a tornado warning on this yet, but this is the kind of, oh yeah, look at it. Oh, wow. Look at that tight boy. Right there. This is headed towards Emerald Isle. If it holds together and it comes on shore, they may need a tornado warning. And
I was going to say Onslow and Carteret, that southern facing shores, those were the worst for water spouts to just come ashore. And especially with the direction that those storms are moving, I wouldn't be surprised to see one of those on the beach.
And that is a really tight. I mean, that's a good looking supercell.
That's almost textbook right there. I'm surprised.
That is a fine looking supercell right there. Yeah, there's your. God, I wonder if there's a spray signature. I mean, if it picks up fish, can we see that? I mean, that's crazy, man.
Sharknado.
Still having power flickers here too. Yeah, I'm still having power flickers here. It's been, it's been interesting. So let me go back. We're going to pivot back to Charleston here, where we're still getting, we're getting whacked. Still getting whacked by this band, and we also have some additional heavy rain now coming ashore: Garden City, Litchfield, Myrtle Beach. Again, we don't get a good view of. We use Charleston for most of this because we don't get a good look at the storm there from Wilmington right now due to tree blockage. So
we can't get that radar.
Robert's got the supercell up on his radar. Yeah. Just move it now. I mean, maybe we could have a tornado pick it up and just set it gently somewhere. I'm only half kidding. But yeah, we've just got this really broad circulation here now. And again, I'm waiting on updates from the Weather Service here. The Weather Service has got video of numerous trees down in the Francis Marion National Forest. We've recently had an 85-mile-an-hour gust to Fort Sumter. So we have I just got an image of a power line down, or some sort of electric line. It has been draping over somebody's car. We continue to just across the Carolinas. We continue to see problems. Are y'all? What are y'all seeing from further up, like Georgetown, Myrtle? I know Ed Piotrowski's been busy. Anything else you guys have seen?
Yeah, down in Myrtle, looks like some storm surge issues and flooding, especially on the South Strand right now. Been looking at numerous videos coming out of Garden City that has showed the ocean kind of breaching the sand barriers there. The sand dunes along the coast and have actually been flowing out into Highway 17, Ocean Boulevard area, especially in the South Strand. Some flash flood warnings continue for that area until 3:30 for Southeast Georgetown County, with rainfalls upwards of 5 inches, with 2 to 3 more inches occurring or will occur. So that's kind of the story there. But right now, if you are in the Myrtle Beach area, down to Garden City, Surfside Beach, Pawleys Island, as the landfall of Ian is taking place right now, you're kind of in that eye wall. So this is probably the roughest weather that you'll see over the next hour or so as Ian continues to trek inland. And it would not be surprise me if we don't get that official landfall determination here soon. Jared, looking, just was getting some feedback here in my AirPods there. It looks like the Morehead City office is really watching that sail offshore, and they may pull a trigger here soon for a tornado warning. So we'll just have to keep that in the back of our mind.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised. We'll have Robert keep an eye on that one. Getting some photos now of flooding in Archdale, so we're going to do this the old-fashioned way here. I'm looking at them on my iPad. So I'll just swipe through them here. But yeah, so this is Archdale in Somerville. You all seeing this okay? This is extraordinarily crude but effective. And we have, the neighborhoods are flooding well inland too. This is, I just got a report that of 8 inches in Seaside Plantation. That's remarkable here. We're continuing to get a lot of reports in there. So it's been quite a day, to put it mildly. I'm gonna go check the winds real quick. Let's check out the. I thought I hit the wind alert button here. We are sustained. So Fort Sumter right now is sustained at 60, gusting to 72. So there you go. We have Morris Island Light, sustained 59, gusting to 65.
Jared, we had a report earlier, just came in just a little bit ago near Fayetteville of a 55 mile per hour wind gust. So
wow.
Those gusty winds are pushing inland now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely, especially to the right of the track.
And if you're listening, if you're listening, I'm looking at radar scope here on my phone. If you're listening from places like Columbia up to Bennettsville, back towards Charlotte, there's a big slug of rain moving in, kind of what Jared experienced earlier, that's starting to move north. So if you're in the Midlands of South Carolina, going up Interstate 77 into the Piedmont of North Carolina, over the next 2 to 3 hours, you really should start to see those rainfall rates increase pretty significantly. Looks like a pretty big slug of moisture expanding from Santee up to Lakewood into Lugoff, just to the east of Columbia there along Interstate 20 and 95. So I'll be moving off to the north. And so if you're listening from Charlotte, Kershaw, McBee, Rock Hill, Fort Mill, Columbia, Chester, Winsboro, then eventually into Statesville, Hickory, into the foothills and the mountains. So we'll see the rain really pick up in intensity as we go throughout the rest of this afternoon into the evening. And what I seen Evan was here. Evan, I know you ventured up to the mountains earlier this morning. I saw some tweets from you. Still some pretty gusty winds up in the mountains as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's primarily isolated. It's just these eastward facing high elevation peaks that are seeing the strong gust of 50 miles an hour or so. But folks around here are starting to take precautions. I've seen people thinning out trees around town, putting away all of their lawn furniture and stuff like that. Blue Ridge Parkway is closed. State parks are closed. Just preparing for afternoon, really evening, getting into tonight, where we might see wind gusts of 50. Certainly nothing like the coast is seen, but 50 miles an hour with heavy rain is still enough to cause power outage issues and do some moderate tree damage. So we're keeping an eye on it.
Yeah, definitely so, especially with the foliage still out. Kind of adds a little bit of extra weight to the trees. So
yeah, absolutely.
Candace, I know you're in Gastonia. You guys, so far, some light rain, some moderate rain, some gusty winds, but what's it looking like right now in the Piedmont of North Carolina?
Yeah, not looking too terribly bad. I know there's a comment that we got in a little earlier just saying cold and rainy here in Charlotte. Definitely what we're seeing here. It's just really chilly, really raining, kind of that gusty winds. Just overall nasty day. But I know you said like that big slug of moisture is about to come up to our area. So I feel like the rain hoses will start here soon. It's really just kind of been off and on, that just really nasty kind of day.
It is, and I've seen some comments from folks in the Piedmont of North Carolina being like, what, school's been on virtual learning or canceled, and they're like, what's going on? Why are we not seeing anything? And it's really was the afternoon, evening into the overnight time frame for the Piedmont and the mountains and the foothills of North Carolina, the upstate of South Carolina. So I promise you, it's coming. The rain is coming. It's taking a little time to get here, as Jared can attest to. When it gets there, it's pretty heavy.
Well, one thing I think we also have to think about too with schools is, those school buses are only rated for a certain wind. You don't want to have a gust of like 45 miles an hour. Just, even if it's a quick gust, that's not fun in a bus, and especially when they have all their precious cargo in there. So I understand why schools, chose to do either a no day or a virtual day. So
100% agree. 100%
yeah.
agree. Yeah, it's always best to play it safe. Rather be safe than sorry. That's why we have virtual learning days. You can still get your work done. That's one thing that COVID has taught us, that you can do work from home, either it be adult work or schoolwork. So
I was like, so you can see my little one popping in and out of the video every now and then. Like, he's at work with me today. You know what? Like, we make do what we have to do, and
he's got a playground. He's got a whole fun playground to play with there.
Right?
When you're at work. So I mean, that's a great place to be.
I have the best job when it comes to I have to go to mommy's work today.
Yeah, there's no complaints there. Jared, looking at some. Sorry, Robert. Looking at some of the reports here. Storm surge at Pier 14 Restaurant, Myrtle Beach, is the storm surge starting to crest over the sand dunes there and kind of make inroads where the hotels and things are like that. So we'll have to watch that. That's some concerning there. We know Myrtle Beach is a big tourist area with a lot of hotels, oceanfront hotels with pool property and things like that. So I have to watch that. Sorry, Robert, didn't mean to cut you off. I'll toss it to you.
Oh, no, you're good. If you could take my radar alive, I'm starting to get a little concerned about these two storms. Apologies, this is level 3 data, so it's not quite as high definition as what you'll see in radar scope. But this is the storm on the left of Morehead City. That's the one we've been watching. Still seeing a little good bit of rotation. I'll go to reflectivity just so you can really see the whole setup here. Still a good bit of rotation with the one on the left. Still just a special marine warning on that one. I'll have to watch and see. But I'm also worried about this storm east of Morehead City that also appears to have just a little bit of rotation with it as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if one or both of these storms do pose a tornado threat as they head inland. And that would be, just to zoom out a little bit, just to give you a little bit of a better idea of where this is. This is, Morehead City will probably not be under the gun here. It'll be mostly just those of you east of Havelock, Maysville, New Bern, those of you not really under the threat here, because something to emphasize with these sort of tornadic threats, these storms are not like you'll see in a higher risk scenario. These are not going to be long track supercells. Typically, they may happen, but unlikely. What these usually do are they're quick spin ups, and they are down for a little bit and they lift. But that problem with that means you don't have a lot of time to anticipate them happening. So that's why I just want to keep you informed about where these storms are and where they could go. So again, just a little bit concerned about both of these. We'll have to see what the Weather Service thinks about them. So far, not an immediate threat with them. Not on velocity, doesn't see what they really wrapped up, but we'll continue to watch them as they can make their way towards the inland areas.
And it looks like we had a comment from Alyssa asking if there was a threat for tornadoes over towards the New Bern area. And, Morehead City is not that far away from New Bern. So are we going to see these, huge cellular type, tornadoes? No, but what we could see is those really quick spin ups that can even happen onshore. So, up towards New Bern, there is a chance. That's one reason they're under that tornado watch.
Right, exactly. That's a great point. I mean, these, you might not see anything particularly from these two storms. They could fall apart, and you'll be fine probably from the perspective these will have to keep you updated. But there could always be new storms that develop and put you under the gun as well. So always important to just stay tuned, keep following the weather. These threats can happen very quickly. So yes, you're under a tornado watch. Very important to stay tuned.
We're still waiting.
I've been looking at.
No, you're good. I was gonna talk while you're looking. We're still waiting confirmation of landfall for Hurricane Ian here. It's Friday, September 30th, around 2 p.m. We'll get the next National Hurricane Center update on Ian here shortly. We're hearing also that Roy Cooper will be talking at 2 p.m. too, so we'll break away for the governor of North Carolina to give the latest on storm preparations for the state of North Carolina. We heard from Henry McMasters earlier from South Carolina, so we'll be on standby for that. But again, Hurricane Ian closing in ever so quickly to the coast of South Carolina. We may hear about that landfall here at the 2 p.m. advisory. But a lot of wind problems going on along the North and South Carolina coast, as well as storm surge. Just saw a report from Ryantsville Beach of storm surge of about 3.5 feet. makes it the second largest storm surge event recorded since 2004, when records start being kept there in Wrightsville Beach. So we do know that Myrtle Beach recorded the third biggest storm surge with Ian earlier today, just over, I think it was like 5.5 feet or something. Watching a few cells moving in off the Atlantic up towards the Jacksonville, Carter, Morehead City, Carteret County area. The National Weather Service up there is continuing to monitor. Jared, you guys are still getting hit pretty hard there in the Charleston area with a lot of wind, and I think we've seen some reports of some high rainfall totals as well.
Yeah, I was looking at some of those, and I got I've gotten 9-10 inches measured on James Island down here so far. I'm kind of looking at, I've got so many different so many things coming in right now, and again, this is we're getting a lot of reports from people right now about what's going on towards the coast. In fact, the band on radar has weakened, but what we're seeing is the wind gusts are absolutely insane right now on James Island. We're sustained at Morris Island Lighthouse, sustained at 54, gusting to 59. 61 miles an hour right now at Fort Sumter with gusts to hurricane force, 74 miles an hour. Chutes Folly, gusting to hurricane force, 58 sustained, gusting to 74. Let's see, Plum Island, 37, gusting to 56. And yeah, I mean, even though the band is looking less impressive on radar, it certainly looks like that maybe some dry air transport that's causing some of these winds to really kick up around James Island and into Charleston Harbor. Interestingly, looking over at Sullivan's and Isle of Palms, we're just they're gusting to about 36 and at Sullivan's, and we're gusting to 42 at Isle of Palms right now. But that will likely what we're probably seeing. Honestly, is we're probably seeing a pressure gradient and so rapid pressure rises here, and I think that might be contributing to what we're seeing there. So yeah, I mean, we're still very much in the thick of this thing. Yeah, if you're in Mount Pleasant, Isle of Palms, Sullivan's, you suspect Daniel Island, I suspect that your winds are going to start coming up here real soon.
I have to give a shout out. Just got a text message. Eric Thomas enjoying our coverage this afternoon as Hurricane Ian is making landfall. So thank you, Eric, for watching. We appreciate that. At 2:00, which is right now, we're expecting Governor Cooper to take the stage and talk about storm preparation. So as soon as Governor Cooper steps on stage, we will break to coverage in Raleigh as he gives an update on how the state of North Carolina is preparing for Ian, or current preparations ongoing. Evan, I want to give you another opportunity. I know we've not talked much about the mountains and what's been going on up there. So from your perspective there in Asheville, how are things looking right now?
Yeah, we're just starting to see the first bits of rain squeeze into the Asheville area. It's been a relatively uneventful day in the valleys. Very little wind. Most of that has been confined to the high elevations. As we head into this evening and tonight, we do expect the outer bands of Ian to move in. Thankfully, compared to a few days ago, we're not quite as worried about the impacts here. We were expecting 4 to 8 inches. Now it's looking more like 1 to 3 inches, which we could certainly handle and, in fact, really need for some drought concerns. The wind will be a bit of an issue tonight. We'll have to watch for scattered power outages as we get that 1 to 3 inches of rain and wind on top. But overall, Southwest Mountains, least risk. Central Mountains, the Asheville area, some moderate risk, but mostly just 1 to 3 inches of rain. And then the most at-risk part of the mountains, I would say, is Northwest North Carolina, the northern mountains up around Boone, Beech Mountain, Sugar Mountain, Banner Elk, if you're familiar with that area. That's the part of the mountains that are going to make the closest pass to the center of Ian overnight tonight. They'll see likely 4 to 8 inches and some isolated gusts. I believe the National Weather Service was highlighting the potential for gusts of 60 to 80 miles per hour in the high elevation. And there are towns in the high elevation up there. Beech Mountain's the highest town east of the Mississippi, up at 5,000 some 100 feet. So the folks up there will be dealing with wind damage for sure. It's all going to depend on how far west Ian tracks. Thankfully, for the mountains, not for Myrtle Beach, it has come on shore a little bit further east than we were thinking. So that does spare us from some of the harsher impacts we were looking at just a couple of days ago.
Definitely. So thank you for that,
I'm
Evan.
having some
And,
trouble. Let's see.
Okay, yeah, you can work on that. We can cut in whenever we get that feed up and going. Again,
I may not be. Yeah, I may not be able to get it. So there's a chance that we may not be able to get it at all. I'm
Okay,
trying
no
to work through that right now.
No worries if we can't. So the 2 p.m. update is in, and I'll just go ahead and give you guys a just brief synopsis of that. Center of Ian is landfall, life-threatening storm surge, damaging winds, and flash flooding lashing the Carolinas. Currently, it is about 55 miles east-northeast of Charleston, South Carolina, with max sustained winds of 85 miles per hour. Moving north at 15 miles per hour with pressure of 977 millibars. Again, the tropical storm hurricane watches and warnings, storm surge watch and warnings continue. I think we've got Cooper up. Is that correct?
Clear days and debris.
Yeah, it looks like we were able to get them.
Okay, so we'll break away to Raleigh, North Carolina. North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper with the latest here in North Carolina's preparations for Hurricane
today in
Ian.
White County. And I want to take this moment to remember Anna Bradshaw, a Department of Transportation employee who was killed on the highway cleaning up debris last month. These workers are doing an important, and I ask drivers to be aware of their surroundings and cautious so that we can keep safe. At least 71 of our school districts closed today or on modified school schedules. Our state ports in Wilmington and Mid-City are now closed, and the ferry system has suspended all ferry routes until the storm passes. We expect wind, rain, and flooding to continue to impact this Saturday. Encourage people to heed the warnings of locals and make sure you have a plan if you are in an area with a flood risk. We've faced storms like this before, and we know what to do. Especially this week, appreciate the efforts of our emergency management officials, our National Guard, Patrol, and other first responders to keep people safe. Our thoughts are with our neighbors to the south as they recover from the devastation brought. We currently have personnel on the ground in Florida, and as the storm moves on from us, we'll offer more assistance to them as we know will be a long and hard recovery. Today I'm joined by Emergency Will Ray, Public Safety Secretary Eddie Buffalo, our Transportation Secretary Eric Boyette, Major General Todd Hunt, the Adjutant General of the North Carolina National Guard, and Colonel Freddie Johnson, the North Carolina Highway Patrol. Our American Sign Language interpreter is Fox, and behind the scenes our Spanish language interpreters are Yasir Mativier and Erica Kugler. At this, I'll ask Director Ray for his update.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon, everyone. The State Emergency Response Team remains activated here at the State EOC and at our 3 regional coordination centers. We continue to make adjustments based on forecast change bond to local requests as the hurricane approaches. Currently, 25 counties or partially activated their local emergency operations centers. 12 of those have local states of emergency in place. And here at the State EOC and in our regional coordinating centers, we've responded to about 50 resource requests from local governments. Our Swiftwater Rescue Team and Search and Rescue Task Force are now on station where we believe they will be most. We have increased the number deployed from yesterday to 12 total teams staged across all our regional branches at this time. They're ready, but have not been needed to respond to any incidents at this point. The North Carolina National Guard has mobilized a number of forces to support emergency response. Those personnel and vehicles are ready and pre-staged across the state in Asheville, Wilkesboro, Conover, Burlington, Greensboro, and Mooresville. Additionally, as support from the Department of Transportation, the State Highway Patrol, the Office of the State Fire Marshal, and continue to be engaged across state to support effective response operations. Authority have opened a shelter in Fayetteville for those who need refuge from the storm, and the Rock City campground at the Charlotte Motor Speedway remains open for evacuees as well. We continue collaboration with our local partners, potential post-impact sheltering needs, especially related to power outages. As the governor said, power outages across the state, and while they are focused largely in the south part of our state at this time, we are seeing them pockets of outages across all three states, and in the last hour have seen a steady increase in progression. As this storm progresses, the Ready NC website will be a place where you can find information on open shelters, on power outages and expected weather impacts, and information on how to be prepared. That's readync.gov. As we said yesterday, don't expect widespread evacuations will be needed during this storm. Heavy rain in coastal counties. Visit knowyourzone.nc.gov to find out if you live in one of these evacuation zones and listen for your zone if evacuations are ordered. Again, it's to be prepared, whether for this or a potential one in the future. With very wet and sometimes dangerous conditions on the roads, please help to keep all of our law enforcement, utility, and other essential workers safe by observing the state's move over law. Reduce speed and change lanes to give roadside workers plenty of safe space. We appreciate all women do when the state is experiencing its bad day. The combined state emergency response team, local, state, federal, tribal, nonprofit, and volunteer agencies in the private sector remain and are working to ensure the protection of 10.5 million North Carolinians. I'm incredibly proud of the men and women of the team as they collaborate to make sure we can get the right resources to our local communities when they're needed. Again, we also need each of you as a part of that whole of community approach to check on your neighbors, your friends, family, and look out for each other as we move through this storm to everyone is safe and secure. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Director Ray. And now we'll hear from our Transportation Secretary, Eric Boyette.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. I want to thank all of our thousands of employees from NCDOT and our partnering agencies for preparing the state for this storm and have helped us respond over the coming days. Hard work and your efforts are recognized, and we appreciate everything you do to keep us safe. Governor Cooper and I did visit today with our Wake County Maintenance Yard earlier, and we're prepared and watched how our teams to respond to this storm. Our first responders across the state are working around the clock, and the best thing you can do is stay off the road so that they can do their job safely. NC to actively monitor the roadway conditions and are worsening. We are seeing more road closures as the storm is moving closer. We're keeping an eye on the storm surge in our southeastern counties, including an inward flow toward the Sound and rivers. We are also experiencing isolated flash flooding and the potential for downward ease as winds are expected to increase in some of our areas. Our crews are patrolling areas to risk emergencies. We have thousands of signs, barricades, and other necessary equipment ready for these efforts. Our staff at our traffic operations centers can traffic conditions across our state 24/7. As you heard the governor, our ferry routes are suspended at this time. Each route will reopen as soon as it is safe to do so. Our vessels are suspended today at both our Wilmington and Morehead City ports, and at this time, all state-run passenger trains are continuing to operate. But please look at the latest schedules and see bytrain.org. Looking ahead, once this damage is assessed, we will work to get our roads open as swiftly as possible. We may be using some of our contractors as well and are prepared. Remember, as this day goes on, if you encounter a roadway, please don't chance it. One of our most important safety messages is don't drown. Drive around the cave. They're there for a good reason, to protect you. Please stay off the roads in storm-affected areas if possible. If you must venture out, be sure to check out the latest information on our road closures and travel conditions at drivenc.gov. And the next few days, please be on the lookout for our NCDOT crews and our first responders working in our areas. We want to make sure you, our first responders, and our employees make it home safe to their families. Again, thank you, and please be safe. Thank you, Governor.
Okay, first, if there are any questions from in the audience, we'll be glad to take them over here at this mic.
Good afternoon, Governor. Elaine Athens from ABC 11. I was just with you over at the maintenance as you were there, newsmakers who are out on the ground this work and putting in long hours and doing so. What I believe I heard there was that perhaps central North Carolina is going to be a little impacted than originally thought. So what does that mean for your overall this area? Are you mobilizing, deploying perhaps more crews here now?
Well, one of the things that you learn in emergency management is you have to be flexible and you have to plan for storm tracks moving the next. We were looking at this being more of a Western North Carolina event a little earlier. The storm has tacked a little bit to the east, so we may see more rain in the southeastern and central part of our state than expected. So the road crews and emergency management officials are reached in different parts of our state. And if we see that needs are greater in one part of the state than the other, then those crews are ready to reposition, and that's why they've been spaced to have been.
So would that mean, I guess, perhaps is those threats of flash flooding, where, in past hurricanes, Florence, those waterways really swell and just kind of put communities out? Is that the concern here?
Yes, flash floods are a concern, and why we want people to go ahead and stay on roads, to also listen to their local officials. They would be the ones to make a determination whether someone evacuate area. And so we want people to make sure that they radio with batteries, listen to the kinds of weather warnings to evacuate their homes. And we are concerned too with flash flooding on roads. Why we want people to stay off the roads, because sometimes people can find themselves in a situation where roads are flooding, and we know it does not take much to move just a few inches of water. So we need everybody to be smart. We need to respect the fact that these crews are out there doing their job, and we want people to stay home if they can. Yes, sir.
Hey, Michael Highland from CBS 17. This might be for you or Secretary Boyette, so whoever wants to take this one, but you'd mentioned contractors come in. To what extent is the state having to rely on contractors? Is it any more than in years past, just with the challenges we've seen in hiring people these days? Have those contractors been able to fill in all the gaps so the response is what we would expect?
About 2,200 DOT employees, all 100 counties, and is there if we need it. I'll let Secretary Boyette address that directly.
Yeah, Michael, that's a great question. Our crews are ready, and we are prepared, and we've also worked with our contracting industry, and they're ready. It is a smaller staff than we've seen in the past, but we always work together with our partners, prepared to help the citizens of North Carolina get back to where we need to be.
So do we have any from anyone on the phone?
We have Gary Robertson from the Associated Press on the line. Go ahead, Gary.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Governor? Great. I wanted to talk either to you or Director Ray about the fact that before the storm, the eastern half of the state in a moderate drought or would have normally dry. Does that have any impact on what you think the potential outcomes could be for flooding or for other weather-related problems, given the fact that the soil on the ground didn't have a lot of rain or moisture in them to begin with before the storm? Thank you.
I think us in this situation, when you look at our river gauges across the state, you see levels that are green, which is, I think, one of the problems that usually occur when flooding happens is that grounds are already saturated, and you see the more potential for that. Will, would you want to add anything to that?
I think great. I think a couple other things to mention to what the governor said. While we have significant rain, and while this will certainly help our situation, I don't want to take away that minimizes that we currently have. Right now, we are seeing some coastal surge, especially on the Pamlico, Nusc, Cape Fear rivers. Some of that is moving inland. Again, it's in pockets right now. Again, does the ground saturation help us? Yes, for this event. That does not minimize the risk, and again, I think reinforces the guidance that we've tried to provide both from public safety and from the Department of Transportation of folks really need to stay off the roads with how quickly the water can move and shift and come and go. That still is very much a threat and a hazard in our southeastern part of the state along the coast, or in some of our more urban areas, kind of Triangle West. The ability of the water to go very quickly is still very much a threat. So again, would ask folks that unless you need to be on the road over the next day or so, that you take the opportunity to stay at home.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for being with us today. Stay safe out there.
All right, so that was Governor of North Carolina, Roy Cooper, who giving us the latest on the preparations of what's going on in North Carolina as Hurricane Ian begins its final descent here in South Carolina. So, Robert, you during that shared some news, that tweet that you saw where looks like we had another pier collapse along the Grand Strand.
So the Cherry Grove Pier is partially collapsed, according to WMBF. This happened a few minutes ago, and it's not fully collapsed. So part of it in the middle has apparently collapsed to Hurricane Ian. This is just a trend that we've been seeing over the last few hours, as these piers have just been collapsing under the stress of the storm surge and wind. And also on top of that, we have a new report, and from that storm we were watching earlier, that we thought that was under this special marine warning. There's an official water spout report from that at a few minutes ago. It actually came in. It's 1 mile north of Indian Beach, and the public reported seeing a water spout, and that confirms what we were seeing on the radar. And then one more thing I wanted to get to as well is we were watching this storm near Davis. This is one of the other ones we were watching, and over the past few minutes, it really seems to have generated a little bit of rotation here. Not enough that I would say to warn it, but enough to be a little concerned. So what you're looking at here is velocity on radar. This shows you direction and speed of winds. We see those reds and those greens sort of line up. That's where we're concerned for the potential of a spin-up tornado. And these greens right here are actually fairly strong. The reds not quite so much, but where they line up, that's a little bit of a concern for where you can have the potential rotation. So it's just west of Davis, north of Marshallburg, and then that's going to be quite a ways from Morehead City. So you're not under the gun of Morehead City, but this will be moving up towards the northeast. We'll continue to track that throughout the day.
Storm that we've been tracking here, and it looks like that rotation's continuing there, Robert.
Oops, I was muted. Yes, so we're continuing to watch this. I would say it's a little bit more broad. I'm not immediately, if I'm at the desk trying to warn this, I would not immediately be putting a warning on it. Obviously, I'm not a weather service forecaster, so I can't explain what they're going through right now. But if I were just to warn this, I wouldn't say immediately put a warning here. But it's concerning to see this broad rotation. Sure, you can see my mouse, but they're going towards Morehead City, whereas the reds are going away. And if you draw a circle around that, that forms that rotation area. Not, excuse me, not one specific area in that broad area of rotation we're concerned about for a immediate spin up right now, but anywhere in there could develop a spin up. So if you're near Merriman, you should be watching this storm as it develops, because the spin up could develop from this over the next, roughly 10 to 15 minutes here. I want to zoom out just to make sure we're not missing anything, because as we've been saying the last few hours, these storms can really just develop a spin-up chance very quickly. So if you're anywhere in this tornado watch, just please be watching the weather, because these quick spin up tornadoes can happen very quickly, and it's possible that we could not be watching one. Tornado warning could go on there. We'll go to that one as quickly as possible to try and keep you informed, but these can happen very quickly. Some of these cells just east of New Bern, northeast of Jacksonville, north of Morehead City, all have that look where they could potentially have a tornado develop at some point, but none were immediately concerned about for a tornado threat. That's why the Weather Service has not issued a warning at the moment. Again, of any of them, it will be this one right here, just east of Merriman, that has that a little bit of a look of rotation here. So we'll continue to watch that, and I'll keep you guys updated if there are any changes in any of these storms.
We appreciate that, Robert. And again, just to reaffirm, the National Hurricane Center has declared that Hurricane Ian has made landfall in Georgetown, South Carolina at 2:05 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time at September 3rd, Friday, September 30th, 2022, with max sustained winds of 85 miles per hour there in Georgetown County. So we do have a landfall there. So a very, I'm going to say, historic storm compared to, with what's happened in Florida, and now the scenes that we're seeing along the South Carolina, North Carolina coastline. Ian will definitely be one of those storms that we will remember for a long time, especially seeing that footage out of Pawleys Island earlier of just how the ocean has overtaken the town there, and the flooding that we are seeing in storm surge. So again, Hurricane Ian making landfall there. What's going to happen next is, I want to keep this radar screen up from Robert, but I will talk over that. What's going to happen is Ian will continue to move into the PD region of South Carolina, up into the Piedmont of North Carolina, and then eventually into Virginia later tonight into your Saturday. So the bad weather that we are seeing along the coast will eventually move into the PD, into the Piedmont. So Charlotte, Columbia, places like Winston-Salem, Greensboro, Raleigh, Statesville, over towards Hickory. You will see the weather continue to go downhill this afternoon. Some rain, heavy at times, and then some gusty winds with wind gusts up to 45, 50 miles per hour possible. That could cause some isolated tree and power line damage, as well as some isolated flooding concerns as well. As Evan was talking about before Governor Cooper was on, some locations in the North Carolina mountains up towards Beach Mountain, the higher elevations could see some wind gusts higher than 50 to 60 miles per hour up in that area. So we'll have to continue to monitor that as well. We are also watching the threat for flooding. A lot of North Carolina, South Carolina under that flood watch. We also have a tornado watch up for the Grand Strand, as well as eastern North Carolina along and east of Interstate 95. That goes until 10 p.m. tonight as these bands of rain come in off of the Atlantic Ocean. Could have enough rotation to create a few rotating storms that produce quick tornadoes, and that is what Robert is watching right now. This storm that is moving into Carteret County has some signs of some rotation, so we'll continue to watch that. And I believe, Robert, you were saying this storm produced a water spout earlier off the coast.
Right, exactly. So I'll go back to that real quickly. Here's that report. It's just a little east of Emerald Isle, and it was reported at one north of Indian Beach, and this is just from the public. And we reported a water spout. It's near Broad Creek, and the time was a little just before the top of the hour here, so around 1:57, and that's where we saw that reported water spout. And it really does line up. I'll see if I can get past radar on here real quickly, of where we saw that storm. I'm not sure if it goes back far enough here. Yeah, it doesn't. But this is this storm up here, close, just north of Newport. That was originally over water, and when it was, we were concerned with that threat of rotation because I had a special marine warning on it. That had a little bit of rotation with it, and that just report really confirms that threat to us with that. And overall, I would just want to go back to this one. I would say that I am just still a little concerned about this, particularly the northern part of this area of water rotation. Starts to seem like it's trying to fold into itself a little bit. we'll have to watch out for that. Again, no warning as of now, no tight couplet we're worried about, just broad rotation. We'll see if something forms from this. And we're still keeping an eye on the whole area because many of these storms have just broad rotation with them because this hurricane just is inducing that spin, or as we meteorologists call it, vorticity in the atmosphere. And it just is creating that environment that if you want a tornado to form, it would. Obviously, we don't want that to happen, but unfortunately, that's what's going to happen here as these supercells outside the outer bands of the storm just happen to keep turning with themselves and getting that rotation that could pop down a quick tornado or two. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. So Scotty, what is the situation overall with this storm? I know it just made landfall. How is Charleston and the rest of South Carolina doing right now?
Yeah, Jared, how's things faring down in your neck of the woods? I think Jared's on a phone call right now.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Jared's still here, but he'd be the perfect person to say since he's there in Charleston.
I think Jared's on a phone call right now. Oh, he's looking at us now. You're on mute. You're on mute, Jared. You put a Scotty. Oh no, maybe he's not talking to us. I don't know what he's doing. Evan, yeah, he turned himself off, so he's on a phone call right now. Evan, you got some video of the partial collapse there. I think we could probably share a few seconds of that tweet. So I'll expand you and let you share.
Yeah. Do I run the screen share? Sorry,
yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, you can run the screen share, and I'll make sure it's.
Let me pull it up then. What I'll do is I'll actually share the raw video of this pier going in. So there's a pier in Cherry Grove that has collapsed just about 30 minutes ago now, started collapsing around 1:50 p.m. And since then, portions of it have been falling off. There is a Surfline webcam in the area. So what I've got here is the archived Surfline video of it going in, the first few pieces. So let me fast forward. Here we are. All right, let's share my screen. And it will look, wow, it really has been quite some time, hasn't it? We'll just go with this. And let me know if you're seeing waves.
Yes, we got you.
Wonderful. So this is right around the time the first piece of the pier collapsed. If you watch right over here, this one lamp collapses, breaks away from the pier. And then the wave action is just so strong in that area. It keeps battering it. And a few seconds later, there it goes. The whole middle section of the pier collapses in and then eventually breaks off and floats away with the side shore current. So a lot of debris released into the water just right there. There's still been a lot of pieces falling off it ever since. It's continuing to lose smaller pieces, though this certainly is the largest chunk that has fallen off the pier thus far. So we're going to continue to monitor this. Of course, no one is on it, but it is heartbreaking to see a local icon in Cherry Grove go into the water in this way.
Yeah, and for those folks who may not be familiar with Cherry Grove, that is in the northern part of the Grand Strand near the North Carolina-South Carolina line, between North Myrtle Beach and Calabash, kind of like where the Cherry Grove area as well. So let me get out of that. Turn that off. All right. So that was that pier collapse there. And to answer your question, Robert, I'm getting the beep into it. I'm not sure what that means. So I don't know what it means, but we'll continue until it stops beeping or whatever. Looking at some of these storm reports, a few more trees and power lines down in the Mecklenburg County area near Charlotte, Lincolnton, up where Evan lived a few years, up in Denver. We're getting some reports of some trees on homes up there. Oh, wow. From some wind damage as well. So the wind's starting to pick up in the Piedmont and the Midlands of South Carolina, the PD region of South Carolina as well, not just along the coast. So we also have reports of some storm surge in New Hanover County, the Johnny Mercer Pier, which I believe is near Surf City. You may know more better than I do, Evan, but
I'm not sure.
I think it's more north of Wilmington, up towards up north of Wrightsville, or maybe it is in Wrightsville Beach.
Okay.
Storm surge of 3.66 feet. It is in Wrightsville Beach. I see the comments there. So also getting some storm surge up in that area as well. Fear River tide at downtown Wilmington is 3 hours late than the beaches, so they are still seeing a rise in the Cape Fear River there in downtown Wilmington, which if you've ever been in downtown Wilmington, you know the river runs right through there, and we could definitely see some flooding. We've seen numerous times where the river has actually flowed out into the streets of Wilmington, so we'll have to watch that over the next few hours as well. Kind of looking at the radar here, and I know the Wilmington radar is not the best. It always shows those gaps, but it looks like a lot of that heavy rain is starting to push now into the Sandhills from Williamsburg County, Georgetown County, up into Marion County, Columbus County, Bladen County, North Carolina. That's eventually going to be into Lumberton and then Florence, up into Fayetteville, as well as Sumter in South Carolina. But we still have that strong flow still into the Charleston area, where we're still seeing a kind of that fire hose of moisture streaming from Charleston north, continuing to see some higher rainfall totals. And Evan, I believe that you found a weather station there. It was almost recorded 10 inches of rain in Charleston.
Yeah, and that was 20, 30 minutes ago, so I'm sure it's over 10 inches now. But areas just west of downtown Charleston, West Ashley, James Island, they've been hardest hit, it seems like, with some of these high rainfall totals. We've seen widespread 6 to 8 inches with a couple of localized spots now approaching and surpassing 10 inches. So as if there wasn't enough to deal with for the saltwater. With saltwater in South Carolina, these areas that are south of the circulation that lucked out not getting storm surge are now getting tons of freshwater flooding. So if it's not one thing, it's the other. And unfortunately, that area is just getting hard hit. Charleston in general is so low lying. 1 inch of rain on a summer day in a cat normal thunderstorm will flood downtown. So I am certain that we have widespread road closures in the area and impassable roads. I know we say it a lot. We always want to reiterate, don't drive through flooded roads. Even if you've driven that road a million times and you know the water's only 6 inches deep, you can't see what the road's like under that 6 inches. It could be washed out. You could go straight into a rut, and when you get washed away in your car, bad things happen. So we want folks to stay out off the road entirely if you can, but really, really avoid any of these flooded areas.
Yeah, definitely. Water is very powerful. You know, it will do a lot of damage, and you can never underestimate the power of water. Robert, I've got your radar pulled up, and I'm going to let you kind of talk about what's going on right now.
Okay, so, excuse me, sorry. I've had something a little stuck in my throat all day, but I'm trying to get it out. We've had a special marine warning. This one's a little bit east of Kill Devil Hills. This was just issued now. And the main threat with this one is 40-knot winds and a water spout possible. So as you're watching with this storm, it just continues to develop these like small supercell structures on the far outer ranges of it. And this is where that shear environment is just favorable for development of quick water spouts and quick tornadoes. So let's go back to these. We haven't covered this side of the storm quite as much. But again, apologies, this is level 3 data, not level 2 data. So what you're looking probably on the radar scope looks a little more HD than this. And that's what I'm looking at on my phone as well. But these are your two storms here in this special marine warning. Velocity data, though, fortunately, is higher, right? Well, a little high res. So you get a little bit with this one. But here's your rotation here. That's what we're primarily concerned about with this special marine warning. There also is a second storm closer to Kill Devil Hills, where we have a rotation as well. That's that polygon. So I will be worried about those storms, particularly as they make their way inland towards, of course, the barrier islands, maybe even Elizabeth City. That's going to be more of an hour concern. You'll have to wait and see if these storms even hold up by that point. Because they are quick, short-lived storms, I'm not quite sure they'll make it all the way there, but just stay on alert. You are under that tornado watch, so it's something you need to be keeping account of. And unfortunately, don't have really good radar coverage out there. The closest radars, you probably even have to switch to Virginia radar because Morehead City is a little too far from that, but you can still see that rotation with these two storms. Let's go back to Morehead City and cover that storm we were talking about earlier, though. And let's look at the progress on that. And still here, I would say broader rotation. It is starting to pick up on both sides of that broader couplet, though, and still nothing immediate, I would say, is that's a tornado right there. I definitely understand why they haven't warned us for a tornado warning yet, because it just doesn't have that look that they're looking for as someone for in the mind of, I'm trying to see if there's actually a tornado of velocity here. Again, if you've just joined us and you're wondering what these greens and reds mean on your screen, green is wind shown towards the radar, red is away from the radar. The stronger, the lighter the colors, that means it's going to be stronger winds. So when you see very, very bright greens and bright reds, that means it's strong. So this is this broad area of rotation right here. If you're wanting to see where a tornado could be, you're looking for something a little more distinct here. Also look a little bit on correlation coefficient. Don't see anything here. What this product does, this shows anything that could be debris from the storm, and I don't see anything right on top of that velocity area we're looking at. But again, we'll keep you posted with that. And for excuse me, we'll keep you posted with the rest of these storms as well. Not seeing anything immediately a threat, but there are some concerning storms out there. So it's important, if you're anywhere in that watch, to be continuing to watch these storms. We'll keep you posted as much as possible. Scott and Evan, tell us a little bit more about, you talked about the storm surge earlier. How much is this rainfall impacting that situation, and with that storm surge already affecting the Carolina coast?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's in some areas it's like constructive interference where both the heavy rain and the storm surge are adding to each other to make for worse flooding effects. Other areas it's destructive, where the surge is not so much a problem, but it is just the rain that's causing all the flooding. So we're watching areas inland and on the coast. I know coast is where we think of for storm surge, but we've got flooding threat from the freshwater flood just inland. So we're watching all of these areas. You'd be hard pressed to find an area of coastal South Carolina and a good chunk of North Carolina that aren't experiencing some degree of flooding at this point, at the very least ponding. I'm not sure, have we checked on Highway 12 at all recently? Is that dealing with overwash this afternoon? I'm guessing we haven't looked. We're going to look at that and get back to you shortly, because with onshore flow, Highway 12 in the Outer Banks does not do well. I know they've been preparing for the past couple of days by building up the dunes and shoring everything up. No pun intended. But it's that's a very at-risk area.
Yes. Also, oh yeah, I am unmuted. Sorry, I thought I was muted there. Wanted to give you guys an update here in Pawleys Island. There is a fire in Georgetown, South Carolina, with structure on fire. But their fire department's having difficulty accessing the structure, requesting help from the power company as well to kind of close the power down. Fire is through the roof of the structure. They're attempting to protect the exposure, other buildings around it, but there's very little water supply and difficulty accessing that. And unfortunately, that's some things that we hear about when these landfalling tropical systems, there's a fire or something like that. It's so hard for emergency crews to get out and battle those blazes with such adverse weather going on. Also wanted to give you, there's a latest wind report out from the National Weather Service in Morehead City. Some of the higher wind gusts that's been recorded so far. We had a 53 mile per hour wind gust in Carteret County, New Bern and Cherry Point and Craven County, 44 miles per hour. Oregon Inlet, which is up in Dare County on the Outer Banks, 61 mile per hour wind gust. We also had a 63 mile per hour wind gust on Janet's Pier there in Wrightsville Beach. No, I'm sorry, Janet's Pier is not Wrightsville Beach. That's up in the Nags Head area. Alligator River Bridge, 61 mile per hour wind gust as well. So those are some of the higher wind gusts that we've seen, like kind of in the central and northern outer North Carolina coastline from the Morehead City office there. Jared, how are things looking in Charleston? I know you've been away for a little bit. Any updates there? Jared, you're on mute.
Got it. I knew I was going to speak to
Did
this.
it.
I did it. Now, while we were talking to Roy, while we had Roy Cooper up, I was doing a little live for my Instagram folks, and while we were doing that, fortunately, we're starting to see the worst of this. We're getting the worst of it past us. Let me just put it that way. Let me grab radar scope here. I'll share that. I will share radar scope here real fast with you guys, and we'll take that full here, and you can see some improvement there. We still have that nasty band stretching from Lugoff, South Carolina, down Santee, Holly Hill, into Monk's Corner. I've heard any reports out of there, but we are starting to see, like we were talking about earlier, that dry air intrusion. People are saying, hey, it looks a little bit brighter out there. It's looking a little bit better. So hopefully that continues over time. But it's still quite windy here. We're still gusting to about 58 miles an hour at the airport. And stations along the coast are still gusting. We are still quite gusty. 40, 50 mile an hour sustained winds continue, although that is beginning to let up as well. But we're starting to see that slacken a little bit. But again, I would be very, we got to be. It's getting old. I think that's the main thing here, guys. It's just getting old. I haven't had a power blip in a little while, but I'm sure as soon as I try to turn something on, I will. But again, down here we're hearing, seeing a lot of pictures of trees down, seeing a lot of people, tweeting about power outages, seeing a lot of people, send messages around. Taking a look at the marshes there, certainly very flush with water at this point. But I will say that the winds are looking a little bit better than they were. So it's pretty safe to say that we're through the worst of this, and hopefully before too long we can finally get into the recovery phase of this thing and be done with it. But in the meantime, it's been a rough day. Definitely don't try to navigate downtown for a little while longer. We need the water to clear out. So there's plenty of human intervention ongoing with that as
Jared,
well. So.
Jared, you and Evan can really speak to this because Evan spent some time in Charleston. You live there. It's flooding, but there's all kinds of stuff in that water to really keep you from being out of that water. Like it's pretty nasty.
Let's just say I've gone to parties on King Street in my younger days, and I know what people do.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, sewage, toxic stuff, all coming out of the drains. I mean, again, that's all sewage. It's not like the funny sewage, like in The Naked Gun 2.5, where he's wearing the wetsuit and says, "I love it." That's not what we're talking about here. We are talking like real serious problems, infectious diseases, ringworm, all sorts of things. So you do not want to be in those floodwaters. You don't want to drive through those floodwaters. There's problems with saltwater mixed in with that. Considering that we did get a little bit of saltwater tide still in there. We only topped out at 7.02, but that's enough, and we had some hanging around. So again, folks, that floodwater is gross. It is grody.
We're going to have a new tornado warning that's just been issued for Beaufort and Pamlico County in North Carolina. This is going to be just north of New Bern. So this is just now being issued out until 3:30. I'm not sure if Jared or whoever has radar up. Robert, I think you had radar up on that area. Yeah. So
it hasn't loaded yet, but it'll come in here in a second. That's the thing with all of these. We've been watching some storms over here, and we've been keeping our eye on this area as well, but these can just quickly develop. And I want to just point out with the structure of these storms, you can kind of see how there's now, of course, the resolution on this one's a little bit lower, but you can still kind of see how there's a little bit of a hook on each of these. I'm not saying that these are, your classic tornado hooks, but that shows you that shear environment, and here you go. That shear environment is just favorable with these storms for a little bit of spinning and a little bit of rotation. So this is our tornado warning. Let's get some details in this one. It's until 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. It's moving northwest at 45. This thunderstorm's capable of producing a tornado located near Whartonsville, or 16 miles west of Cedar Island. And the locations impacted are Florence, Edward, Royal, Whartonsville, Bonnerton, South Creek, Maribel, Pamlico, Merritt, Aurora Ferry Terminal, Aurora, Stonewall, Vandermeer, and Mezek. If you're anywhere in those areas, you need to be going to a lowest level interior room right now, away from outside walls and windows. A bathroom or closet is best. take your family and your pets there immediately. So that's the situation right now. And this is really what we've been watching. Actually, it's this circulation that we have been watching over the last roughly 30 minutes or so. We've been waiting, as I was saying earlier, when we were looking at this previously. I'll step back a little bit. When you, excuse me, when it was at this point, we were saying it was a little more broad. There was not necessarily an immediate area we're concerned about. But as you go into the future, now you can see why the Weather Service put a warning on this. That point right there, basically to the right of that green triangle, that shows you right where that tight rotation is. That's what we're concerned about. And this one's moving off towards the northwest, excuse me, at 45 miles per hour. I'm so used to tornadoes back home, or tornadoes in non-tropical setups, where they move off towards the east. This is actually northwest. So excuse me about that. But northwest at 45 miles per hour. Again, Aurora, I'll go over the county names. Excuse me. It's south, man, I just can't get this out of my throat. South Central Beaufort County and Central Pamlico County in eastern North Carolina is going to be until 3 o'clock or 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So again, if you're anywhere in those areas, you need to be taking those precautions immediately. Just do a quick zoom out here to make sure we're covering all of these areas. That one was the one we were immediately concerned about, that circulation area. You can see just, let's go back to reflectivity. This is the classic radar look. Basically, the simplest way to put this is rainfall rate. It's a little more scientifically complicated than that, but this is the simplest way to put it. All of these storms pose a threat for a spin-up tornado. Some more mature than others. Some I would be surprised if all of them put down tornadoes. It's unlikely, but I would say any of these, if they happen to get to the right environment, could. So that's why you just need to be in this tornado watch, watching out for these storms, because it's just a favorable setup. Right now, the only major concerns I have are for this one, which is tornado warned now, and then these two storms near Kill Devil Hills and the Outer Banks, when they make their way onto those barrier islands there, that's going to be also a concern for us looking at velocity. Seeing a little bit of weaker velocity near Kill Devil Hills, but this storm farther offshore, that could be a bigger concern, because see that velocity is a little more robust there with that one. Now, I do want to emphasize, if you know how radar works, you essentially have a radar at a site and a beam that kind of goes up with height, or up, increase height with distance. So our radar is all the way back here in Morehead City. So now all the way over to this storm, it's up at 12,000 feet. And how a tornado or a mesocyclone forms is you have your rotation near the top of your storm and it funnels down, and then that creates a situation for a tornado. So you have that rotation happening high up first, and then it goes down. So seeing rotation at 12,000 feet is not a guarantee you're going to see a tornado. It's just showing you that that mesocyclone is developed, or is in the way of developing. So it's a concern, but it's still high up. You want something a little closer to the radar to confirm that. Sadly, you don't really have that up here. The other radar site is in Virginia, and the height of that here is not any better. It's at 12,000 there as well. So that's something to keep your eye on. We'll try and fill you in about that storm, but back to the tornado warning real quickly before I pass things off. Here's right where that circulation is. It is making its way towards Florence, and will be there within the next 5 minutes. So if you're in Florence, if you're in Florence, you need to be inside that lowest level interior room right now, away from outside walls and windows. Take your family or pets there. You don't want to be anywhere close to those walls on the outside of your house. You want to put as much space between you and the tornado as possible. That's why we're saying first floor, don't be on the second floor, away from those walls and windows, because it puts space between you and the tornado. Vandermeer, you're also right in the path. You need to be doing that immediately. A little bit down the line towards Aurora, you need to be thinking about taking those precautions as soon as possible. Not immediate concern, but you are under the warning, so go to your bathroom or closet as soon as possible. And that's basically where we're at right now. This is until 3:30 p.m. We'll continue to keep you updated as this storm continues to move off towards the northwest. Scotty?
Yeah, Robert, we'll let you get some water. I know how it is, talking a lot. Makes your throat really dry. Jared, while Robert was talking about that, you've seen some incredible video coming out of Charleston. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, if I can find the tab. I've got so many tabs open, guys, that it's just becoming impossible to find things. Yeah, this is a video from our friend Sarah Williams. If you've watched Carolina Weather Group before, we've talked to Sarah about flooding, and unfortunately, this is as bad as she's seen flooding into homes. I think her home actually on President and Line in downtown Charleston. We've had several reports of water into buildings at this point in parts of the area. So this is certainly a very a bad situation there. And let's see, I saw a couple other ones too. Let me scroll down. I got to find it here. This is a picture of this is when you think of hurricane damage. I'll tell you guys, this is about as much damage as I've seen from a storm. I think of any of the storms that we have had, this is the most damage that I think I've seen around here. Let me get to another window here. This is a photo from Blair Holloway at the National Weather Service in Charleston, and that siding damage there, very large trees down.
Reminiscent of like a tornado.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, look at that. I mean, this has been a pretty substantially damaging event across the Charleston area, and we're just now learning more and more about what that looks like. So, again, guys, we're definitely we're glad to be getting through the worst of it, but I'm telling you, it's just it's a tragic situation that could be unfolding for a lot of people today. We took a hard hit, guys. We took a really hard hit.
Yeah, and one thing to discuss, the track for Florida was really, really well done. But as we've seen the track back out into the Atlantic, it was kind of hard to pinpoint where this was going to hit. Was it going to be Savannah, Hilton Head? Was it going to be Charleston, Myrtle Beach? So it's kind of been like a wavering line there over the last few days. And so just a bad deal for everyone.
Yeah. It was it's kind of maddening. Honestly, became almost laughable. And it's like, okay, we did a track, so it's going to go a little bit more east. We did a track, it's going to go a little bit more east. But yesterday morning, we were talking about a Hilton Head landfall. We were talking about potentially this kind of catastrophic surge moving into Charleston. We were talking about the specter of a 10-foot surge. And Myrtle Beach, there were some concerns. I think they had tropical storm warnings get upgraded to hurricane warnings, and not a moment too soon, but Myrtle Beach there for a minute there was looking like they were going to get out of this okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they ended up taking the worst of it.
Yeah, definitely. We were not expecting a Category 1 hurricane landfall a few days ago. We'll remember, was it 4 days ago? We had a 2-day period where the track was locked in on Tampa and a stall. And then it was just one eastward trend in the track after the other for days on end. And even going into today, like you mentioned, Jared, it has been nonstop. And here we are finally with the last landfall of Hurricane Ian, as it will now move inland and begin to deteriorate, go post-tropical, and just become a mess. Thankfully, we won't be dealing with this more than another day or two. We'll have some lingering effects into Sunday as its remnants hang around, but it'll just be mostly showers in the western and central part of North Carolina. Yeah, and it's tough to see this come as a surprise for some folks, I fear, just because this forecast has been so rapidly evolving for days.
Yeah. We've been getting a lot of reports of some beeping in the stream. Went through and took a look at it. I think we have finally fixed it. So I apologize to everybody who's been watching us with this horrible beep for the last bajillion years. No wonder we only have 19 viewers right now. So grab your friends, bring them back. The beeping is gone. It should be gone. Let us know. But the guys, I tell you, it's it looks like it's gone. All right, good stuff. Guys, I'll tell you, this has been quite an experience out here, but it is definitely looking a lot brighter out there. I might actually be almost tempted to turn some of my computers back on at this point. But that's going to cut the power out again, so maybe not. But guys, we've taken, the Carolinas have taken quite a hit, and I want to go back to the modeling thing too, because we got to address the elephant in the room, guys. The icon.
Yeah, for days. It was days ahead of other models. Not bad.
Is the icon the new euro? I don't know, but it really.
There's a new euro every storm.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, the icon's always been sort of like that model. It's like, I don't know if that's right. But you're right. This time it did get a pretty bang on, so it's a fair question.
I mean, here we were. It was like, oh, that's a lot. Hurricane? Are you kidding me? There's too much shear. What are you talking about? Now, it was extreme at times. I will say it was extreme at times. And, people are sharing, oh, my God, the icon's saying this. The icon's and again, we want people to be careful of doing things like that. Because what if it had been wrong?
And never get any to tie yourself to one model, because there's a quote from someone. I don't know who it is, so I'd like to attribute it, but I can't remember who said it. But someone said, all models are wrong, but some are useful. I think that applies here. I mean, we've got the NAC did a pretty good job with the forecast come, but it is clear that as a community, we had a really hard time figuring out exactly where the storm would go. In Florida,
yeah, they kept it in the cone.
But the NAC did a great job with sort of feeding out that model windshield wiper by just sort of keeping the cone kind of in the same area. So I think they did a good job with that. But yeah, I mean, if you looked at the spaghetti models, it seemed like every morning they'd be. I mean, I'm from Tallahassee. Well, I'm actually from Texas, but I did go to school at Florida State University. So in Tallahassee, it looked like they were going to come to us. Next day, it was going to be going to basically Miami. So yeah, there was a little bit of a variation there, and I'm sure for those of you in Carolina as well, it looked like, okay, might go to Georgia, might go all the way up to Wilmington. So it's definitely
definitely
something you need to work.
Yeah, I mean, it was complex. It was an interesting setup because we had the trough, digging down, and and high pressure moving into the frontal system, the frontal boundary. We messed with a lot of things. The frontal boundaries. Why? That thing was hanging there. I was pretty sure it was going to go extratropical before it even made a second landfall. It was certainly looking that way there for a minute. There's a lot of time to do the postmortem on this one, and it's going to be Ian is going to be one of those that's going to be studied very heavily, I do believe. We're approaching we're at the 3 o'clock hour, guys, and we've been doing this for a minute. I think we're at the point now where maybe we give one final overview of the situation, and then I think we go take a rest. I think we've well earned rest. So yeah, so let's real quick. I'll do the real quick. I'll do the Ian update, the latest advisory and position update, and then we'll go over to Robert to talk about the just a quick last overview of the tornado threat, and then we will call it good here on the Carolina Weather Group for at least for now. So again, once I get to the right tab, because too many tabs. So we're starting to see some of the flash flood warnings go away too down here, guys, and that's a really good thing. So let's dive into that. So tropical cyclone update. This is at 2:15 again. Hurricane Ian made landfall near Georgetown, South Carolina, about 2:05 this afternoon. Has sustained winds of 85 miles an hour. Estimated minimum central pressure of 977 millibars. Guys, it was intensifying as it was moving in, and so Ian is now moving moving on shore. It's going to start weakening. It's already starting to look, a little bit more ragged on radar. We have a new tornado warning too. So, Robert, I'm just going to give it to you.
Sorry, I was muted. Okay, thank you. So if you could put my radar on, we have, of course, this one still in Beaufort and Pamlico counties. It's going to take a second for this new one to get in here, but here is this tornado warning. Vandermeer, it's now past you. So we're watching this little couplet here, and it almost looks like there's a kind of two couplets trying to form. But this is our primary one, just a little bit left of that green triangle. It's going off towards the north and east. So Aurora still need to be taking this storm seriously. Still going into that lowest level interior room, away from outside walls and windows. We'll see if it gets to you or which way it goes from there. We're watching this circulation move off towards the north and east, and that's really a primary concern with this as it continues to develop. And I want to just sort of zoom out here to give a broader situation that we're watching, and the reason why we're so concerned. And the best way to do this would probably be just go back to reflectivity. You see all these storms that, like these more mature storms, the one north of Belhaven, the one just south of Columbia, the one east of Swan River. These all have the potential to develop a quick spin-up tornado. Will they? Unlikely that all of them do, but I think that possibly some of them will, as we've already seen one have the chance to. This tornado warned one southeast excuse me, of Aurora. So that's the concern, is all of these supercells are in a favorable environment for developing that mesocyclone and putting down a tornado. But it would be remiss not to talk about these off the coast of Philadelphia Hills here as well. We have this storm we've been following under the special marine warning for the last, I'd say, roughly 15-20 minutes. It's moving out towards the north and east, so Philadelphia Hills, you are probably fine here, but continue watching this just in case. It's moving out towards the north and east, no immediate tornado threat. Well, you have a waterspout threat as it's off land right now. But we have a new supercell that's developed to the south. Still very small, not severe at the moment, but it could pose a threat as well. So that is the primary concern here. And all of these storms just continue to be in this environment where they can just spin up a quick tornado. And these are not going to be super long track tornadoes. We don't have the favorable environment for that, but we are worried. The thing is, sometimes people are really focused on, is this going to be an EF5? Is this going to be an EF1? Oh, if it's an EF1, I'm not that concerned about it. There's a little bit of a danger in doing that, because when you have a weaker tornado, yes, it is overall weaker, but whoever it impacts, it is still going to be just as strong for that person as whatever other tornado would have hit you. So yes, as a whole, it probably wouldn't have destroyed your whole subdivision if it's a weaker tornado, but whoever directly it impacts, that's going to be a terrible day for them. So that's why we're just so worried about all of these, is even if it has a small area of impact, it is a high impact event. And that's why we're trying to make sure everyone knows about all of these supercells and little storms on the outer bands at the end that we're trying to continue keeping you informed about. And just to zoom out really even further and give you the whole setup here, all of these storms offshore will continue to strengthen as they move off towards the north and west inland. And that's why we have this continued situation, tornado watch. Let me just go back to the SPC so I get my data right when I say on air. This tornado watch is in effect, and it will be in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. So that's why this environment just keeps churning out these thunderstorms with Hurricane Ian, and it'll do so until later tonight. And it's in effect for eastern North Carolina, northeast South Carolina, and southwest Virginia. So we're continuing to watch these storms, continue to watch with this tornado warning here, and we're watching to see if any new tornado warnings develop as well. As of right now, there are none, but there are some suspect couplets around here that we could be watching as well. So we'll continue to keep you updated on social media and around, and if there are any new serious tornado warnings or any new developments with Hurricane Ian. One last check on this storm before I send things back off. Right now, the couplet here, it is just southeast of Aurora. It is southwest of Lowland, directly north of Vandermeer. Right here is where we're watching that couplet. Those greens and reds right on top of each other. Not quite as strong as it was previously, so it might not be the best chance of a tornado developing right now, but if you're anywhere just west of Hoboken, southwest of Lowland, southeast of Aurora, you need to be taking those precautions immediately. Going to that lowest level interior room right now. This is still a dangerous situation, and these spin-up tornadoes can develop very quickly. Actually, with that new scanning, that's a big concern for me right there. Those greens and reds right there. I'm not sure if you can see my mouse pointer, but I'm going to try and point it out as best as possible. I'll just zoom in right here.
We've got you.
Sorry, what'd you say?
We've got your mouse.
Okay, cool. Yeah, right here, this area right here is where I'm the most concerned, because that has a strong inbound, outbound couplet right there. That could be that could be a concern for a tornado if there is one there. So that's just directly west of Hoboken and southeast of Aurora. So this is, again, a bit of a concern for us as this continues to develop. And this is North Carolina Route 33. That's that road right there. So if you're along North Carolina Route 33, east to Aurora, north of Vandermeer, you need to be at that lowest level interior room immediately. This is a rotating storm with a chance for a tornado, and it is developing. They have just trimmed it, actually. So Pamlico County, you are not in this warning, but they have continued the warning for Beaufort. So that means this scenario is still dangerous enough. They deem it necessary to have this tornado warning still in effect. So one last time, this is Beaufort County. It is until 3:30 p.m. It is areas right on State Route 33 east of Aurora and west of Lowland need to be in those lowest level interior rooms right now. Southwest of Pamlico Beach, you need to be taking those precautions, putting as much room between you and this tornado as possible. Take your family, take your friends, take your pets, take anyone, and don't wait. The time is now. Take that action immediately. So now I'm just going to pass things back off as we don't have any immediate concerns, but we'll keep you updated as needed.
Robert, I thank you for that. There we go. I was getting a little glitchy there. We thank you for that report there. And for now, we're going to sign off of coverage. And we want to thank you all for watching us here September 30th, 2022, about 3:10, where Hurricane Ian made landfall at around 2:05 p.m. Eastern Time in Georgetown, South Carolina. We appreciate you all watching. We hope that you are safe. We will keep you in our thoughts and prayers, those who are seeing some flooding and some damage. We want to thank Candace Jordan for joining us, helping us with the coverage tonight, or this afternoon. It feels like tonight, doesn't it? We want to thank Candace for that, and we appreciate you jumping in, Robert, and helping us out today. Great coverage, and we appreciate your help. Evan, good seeing you, and for Evan and Jared and myself and everyone else at the Carolina Weather Group, we hope you have a great rest of your afternoon. Stay safe out there. Like Robert said, keep tuning in on social media. We'll tweet out some pictures, some updates, and if we see anything that needs to be we need to break back into coverage, we will definitely do that. But for now, we're going to get a little bit of rest and rest our voice, and we hope to see you back here real soon. Remember, the Carolina Weather Group, we do weekly podcasts, web streaming events on Wednesday nights at 9 p.m. You can catch us our episodes or our live streams during severe weather like this. Make sure you're following us on our social media pages, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, as well as our YouTube. Make sure that you're subscribed to that, and we'll keep you up to date with everything that's going on. So for Evan and Jared and Robert, I'm Scotty. We hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you back soon here on the Carolina Weather Group.